And we are back.
Yes, we're back. Back again. Wolf is back. Tell a friend. Tell a friend. Tell a
I was
friend.
trying
Tell
to
a
figure
friend.
out. I was trying to figure out what the next part was gonna be. I'm sitting like I know this song. What is it?
I'm going to slide me a first 4 audio song in there.
Yeah.
Right?
I love that song he done tonight about Cheyenne.
Yeah, that was so cute, sweet.
Yeah,
Her crying and just the biggest grin on her face.
crocodile tears.
Yep.
Nay, they were not crocodile tears. They were happy tears.
Well, crocodile tears could be happy crocodile tears. What the heck? Right?
Yep.
Okay, good.
Ow!
Well, that's what I'm missing. Oh, well.
Didn't do it.
Well, good. Thank God. Well, I was looking for my jar of weed, but I have no idea where I put it, so I'll just use the bag of weed.
I mean, that works.
Yeah, right? Right?
Donut tap.
Yep.
Oh my God, there's this weirdo person in the chat named Jim. I don't know if you've seen this chap named Jim. That sounds so weird.
No, because I don't even have my phone. My phone's
You're the
on
worst.
the other side of the room.
Hi, Jim. How are you, my friend? I'll acknowledge your presence. I'm a good person.
I am sorry, my phone was on the other side of the room. I've been cleaning.
It was like I say, you
Whoop, I
got the
almost
story of a stoner, right?
My phone was on the
Right?
other
Oh
side
my
of the
God, right?
room.
Oh,
I gotta
shit.
go back into it. What did you do?
What? Wait, what? Walt, are you dead?
You know, I'm
No. No, he's focusing on the game. He messed up in the game and I didn't see. Because, again, I was looking at the other side of the room
Right?
for the third time. There, now I got my tablet right here, my phone right here.
Oh, my
What's
God.
up? See, I have
What?
my tablet's right here, and then I have my phone sitting right here.
Oh, I see now. Okay. Sorry, I was looking away because I got a notification on my phone, and then I'm like, oh, you're
I
actually
heard
showing me
that.
things.
Yeah, so it's
That
actually
wasn't
showing you something.
that wasn't my phone. My phone's on quiet. I just got a notification and Jim loves me. How sweet.
I was gonna say I don't have. Do what?
Okay. Hnoss is in the basement. Well, basement, backstage, whatever they want to call it.
Put her in.
Well, I got to look for the right nails.
You mean the right rat?
Right, rat. You guys are insane.
No. If you've seen
Speaking
his
of,
mouth, it
I've
is
got the right rat.
a rat.
Right?
Hi there,
Oh
huh?
my God. Hnoss
I'm
is
over
back.
here cleaning, so
Back
bear with
again.
me.
Tell a friend. Hnoss is back. Hnoss is back. Okay.
Backstreet's back. All right.
Okay,
I
well,
like
I was
that one
singing
better.
Eminem. Eminem,
Yeah,
believe it. Okay, well, okay.
she was singing
Backstreet Boys
Some-
is
or she was singing Guess Who's Back, and then you're singing
Backstreet Boys. Yeah, Eminem, Backstreet Boys, same thing.
same time frame.
Well, that is facts. That is definitely facts. And look at that. Then there's 2:15. What's up? What's up? The late night crew. We don't go to bed either because sleeping is dumb.
Oh hey.
Who wants to sleep?
Well,
Me.
Well, you're a bat. No, you're weird.
Ouch!
Me and my
Harry's
replicants
head
take
just
turns
fell on my
sleeping.
toe.
See, now that's smart, Hnoss. Yeah, I need some of those. So, well, I don't know. That would actually probably be very bad. Too much
Did you hear
Sarah
me,
would be very bad for everyone. Right? And then there's Bat. Okay. And then that. Okay.
Yay!
She just
Harry's
took a head off
just
somebody.
fell on my toe.
You're the only camera not mine, Sarah.
Don't
See,
even know
told you I
about
had
it.
giant Harry Potter Lego.
Yep. Yes, you do.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I got a Hermione too.
That's awful. I mean, good to hear.
She's actually behind the
My-
tablet.
My friend who bought us the pizza, right, that lives in Minnesota or wherever the hell, she's got tons of Star Trek Legos.
Oh, really?
Mhm. Yeah, like I said, I met her in 8th grade, so she's like my second oldest friend. That sounds
Yeah.
weird. Anyways, point being is we met because Star Trek and then Star Trek and blah blah blah. But she won't enter the online sphere. She's like, no. I hear what you say. I don't want to. No, thank you. I was like, but it's so much fun. She doesn't agree. Okay. Anyways, I gotta fix my my mic here, and I'm gonna mute for a minute because it's gonna be kind of loud.
All right. I'm just over here cleaning. Randomly cleaning. So how's your day been?
That's good. I have been chilling. I got my base documentation done for the brief that I'm going to be providing the International Protection Office. Got all my attachments on it, so it's ready for action.
Oh.
Now I'm gonna have to apologize. You're gonna have to possibly explain that to me a little bit.
Oh, she doesn't know.
No.
I do not.
Okay. Well, I am in Ireland seeking asylum. I am within the International Protection Office system under the EU Dublin 3 regulation. I have achieved what Edward Snowden could not by being entered into asylum in the EU. And then people have to wonder, how the hell could you do what Snowden didn't? I have something a bit more compelling.
Snowden is based as hell. Just throwing that out there. I love the dude.
Yeah, Snowden's great. He was doing things that were important to do, and ended up being delivered to Russia, where the information that he had would just be put to political, military ambitions rather than the value of the world. That's why I am where I am, so that the information at my disposal can be put towards the efforts of saving the world.
Nice.
Oh. There you go. You said ask if somebody comes in third. Yeah, there's third.
There you go.
Right?
Oh, jeez.
All right, so Walt, are you ready to get this stream started?
Thank you.
What are we gonna do? What are we doing?
Yeah,
I don't know. We've just been talking.
I want to hear. Well, no, I want to hear Hnoss.
Well, then let's hear Hnoss. Put Hnoss up on the big screen.
Yeah.
Oh, hearing Hnoss.
Yes, Hnoss is what
I
we
want
want
to
to
hear
hear.
more.
Tell me
Okay.
more. Tell me more.
Does he have a nice car? I don't know. I haven't watched Grease.
That's
I hate
actually
that
one
movie.
of them. Did you get very far as the first one?
The second Grease was even worse. Oh my god. I never. No, thank you.
I
Good
do not like
musicals?
the second one.
Good musicals is Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, Annie, original Annie. Good stuff.
Have you seen Hamilton yet?
Well, I mean,
Mhm.
I have no idea. Honestly, I don't know.
No Hamilton for me.
I might have seen it
No.
in like a theater, Temecula, but I don't know.
I liked it.
Time to make a cup of coffee.
Yum.
That sounds nice. I'm gonna have some weed and
And
water.
I unfortunately cannot drink coffee because it will tear my stomach up.
Well,
Yay me!
Dorothy's here. Whoop whoop. Hi, Dorothy.
yeah. Wonderful.
Oh, I see her.
Yeah, there's no good coffee in Ireland. But
Hey,
now
Dorothy, you want
that
up
I've
too?
been here for 9 months, I'm okay with bad coffee.
Right.
And Ireland doesn't need to have good coffee. They have mastered dairy and baked goods. And
Yeah.
you
Um,
can't ask for better than that.
Baked goods, I agree with, definitely. Dorothy, I'm gonna drop you the StreamYard link in Twitter DMs if you wanna. That's not my stream, but I know Walt. And before he asked me
He's
to
not
do it,
gonna care.
and I'm saying before he asked me to do it, I'm just gonna do it.
Yeah.
As
And
I
I'm
said,
gonna
he's not
grab
gonna
some
care
hot
anyway.
water.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna grab some
I
hot water
actually
so that
need
we
to go
can get
grab
started.
me a dew, so
All right, well, bring me back a dew as well, please. Thank you.
I wish I could. I can't pass it through the screen. I don't have Willy Wonka's teleporter.
Yeah, well, I can't throw wheat to the screen
Hi,
either.
Percy.
Sorry. Yeah, Dorothy, if you want to check your the DMs there, the StreamYard link is there, and if you want up, you can get up.
Join us.
Mm-hmm. That's everybody. That's Dorothy too. Oh my god. Dorothy's a pretty cool chick. She says sounds good.
Luna
So,
Bug.
Walt,
What?
Pat.
Yeah.
yeah. Watch for the backstage because Dorothy's gonna maybe pop up too.
Yeah. I'm waiting for the slider bar.
Yeah, direct messaging on Twitter. You know, the private chat we got going on. Yeah, check there. The
Why
link there
is
for you.
Jim saying he's still trying to make the flux capacitor?
Because Jim is based as hell.
Yep, he's building he's building the oh my god, Back to the Future car. The DeLorean.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Wait, like the actual car?
No, that was a joke, really.
Oh, okay. Like, come on, I'm not awake enough for this.
That's why
the whole
Mama wants
point.
to dye her hair blonde. Ha.
Yeah, but my hair won't go blonde. We tried that.
Oh, I'm a natural blonde.
We honestly tried to dye my hair blonde, and it just stayed the same color. Like, it didn't even change a shade.
Are you watching backstage?
Pat.
Yes, I'm watching backstage. I've been watching backstage.
Okay, good. Because I forgot all about it, and I just looked at chat again because I got sidetracked by. My hands are full of water and weed. The necessities of life, and I got distracted. I'm so sorry.
What?
So yeah.
He said blonde is
Apologize
not the
for being
condition. It's
distracted.
not. Or Jim said blonde is in condition, not a hair color.
I think it's more of a diagnosis.
You've been diagnosed
it's
for blonde.
true.
Diagnosis blonde instead of diagnosis murder.
Yeah.
Great, it's good stuff.
Now, see, I could totally see a comedy movie being made with that title.
Mhm.
I mean, they already did Legally Blonde.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that was dumb.
That one wasn't about
It was
how
still kind of funny.
you know the slapstick stupidity that's attached to blonde jokes.
True.
Oh,
Your mom.
okay,
I love mom
no.
jokes.
There is a real life application of Diagnosis Blonde. Marjorie Taylor Greene.
I don't know who that is.
I don't either.
Nobody needs to. She's just one of.
I want to mention somebody you don't need to know about. Thanks.
Now I want to know.
She's someone who is a representative of the U.S. government, who is therefore granted responsibility for some of the things that are very important to whether the United States stays intact or not. And she doesn't know that. Let's just say she doesn't know anything about reality. Her cognitive development does not exceed that of a fifth grader.
not the ones from Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader?
Not the ones from Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader? No, she.
Because some of
she
them
would
fifth graders,
fail.
oh my gosh. Because that show actually came out when I was in like 6th grade or something like that.
Yeah.
Hi, Dorothy.
Hey, I'm
Hi
having
there.
a bad hair day.
I'm just
There's
randomly
Dot.
over here hiding.
Yeah, there's Dot.
Woo woo.
Dot on the
Just out
spot.
there
That's
bringing
me.
bringing joy to the community. That's what we're all about.
I was gonna say you can't complain about a bad hair day when mine just looks awful.
Yeah, Dorothy's
right now.
always my DMs making me feel better. I love Dorothy.
I
Hey there.
wish that I could sympathize,
Hey,
but
hello.
I have nothing
Miss
but good
Dorothy.
hair day.
Pat's hiding.
Well, I wasn't prepared with, makeup and hair and all that stuff, and I'm usually not because I'm my eyesight's really bad, so I never learned all that stuff really well. I had 3 older sisters who did it all for me, so I didn't have to deal, and I had friends when I was performing, so I didn't have to do it for me because I can't.
Right?
I'm really sucky at it. Actually.
Yeah, I didn't get as exceptionally good at doing the makeup either.
I suck
but
at makeup, but
I-
I
I've managed.
don't
to
have
I don't
the
wear
patience
it
for it either.
at all. Unless
Same.
I just randomly
Forget it.
feel
I'm
like
too sweaty.
it,
It's
so
too hot. I'm in California. Forget that.
I just don't
But I
wear
like
it.
glitter.
I just find no use for it.
I can smother myself in glitter all day. Anyways, that's besides the point, and that's a whole nother stream. Anyways,
That's a whole different
That's why I
ballgame.
usually let my, little profile picture stay up there, because that usually looks better than what I do in real time. I'm not a fan of my own face. Let me put it that way.
well, look it. It's dark in here, okay? Because the birds.
Hey.
But hi, Dorothy.
I can turn that off at my end too, but that's just rude.
I mean, most usually my room is never this bright. Pap will tell you my room is never this bright.
Well, I got the birds sleeping, so let's just keep it dark. I'm gonna turn my camera off anyways.
Yeah, no, my room is never this bright. This is how my room typically looks.
Mhm.
And that's only because
See,
the
that's-
TV's on.
See, that's good. I like that. That's good light
But this is my bat cave.
look. Right?
Nice, bad cave. Nice.
Based.
I'll turn
But let me
my
find-
camera off while I have a cigarette because I don't want to give any young people a bad idea about
I was smoking weed. Shut
what
up.
to do when you're adult.
Yeah,
I
I
was
need
gonna say,
to.
I'm 30, so
Right?
I ain't
Dorothy's
that
funny.
young.
Dorothy's like, I'm gonna save
I'm-
the youth.
And
I ain't
I'm
that young, and I smoke
47.
too.
I'm 40.
You're how old?
40.
I know that.
Oh,
You're
I'm
only 10
older
years
than
older
dirt.
me.
What can I tell you? I'll just say I'm 29. That's my
There
age.
we go.
29. There you are.
Hey, you're the same age as me. I don't turn 30 until the end of the month.
See?
Based.
29, just like I said.
All right,
I'm-
there's chat in here. Chat says, Jim says, natural beauty is the best, right? And then Jim says,
Oh, where
you
where
don't
we were
look a day
talking
over
about
28.
I don't. Yeah, where we were talking about where I don't wear makeup and stuff.
Is
I
that
guess.
all of us? Is that all of us, Jim? We don't all of us don't look
Mhm.
over the age of 28 because I think collectively we agree.
I don't know
I
what's
mean,
wrong with me. I just don't
I know I
see
never do. So
bodies. I see spirits inside of bodies, maybe. That's what I'm looking at when I talk.
you see the auras.
I kind of
Oh.
relate to all kinds of people, and maybe they relate to me because I'm just sort of plain Jane, and that's, easier to relate to than beautiful people.
Yeah, see, Jim's a smart man. He's like, yeah, oh, totally, 100%, 100.
He's like, I'm not getting in the middle of that fight there.
He's like, yeah, that's exactly what
He's like,
I
I'm going
said.
to avoid the drama. He's like, I'm going to protect my own ass. Where in the world did I put my
Right.
remote?
Your mom's a remote.
I wanted to ask Hnoss about
Yeah.
your history because to me, Hnoss, I've only been really actively following ufology for about a year, and I've only recently come upon you in the last couple of months. what
Right.
little I saw of this live stream you were doing with a friend and talking about your whole case back in Seattle and all. That was just like way too much for my little legal brain because I used to work in a legal office and I A++ my contract law, class when I was in tech school a long time ago. And so many elements of what you went through just made no sense to me at all. And I couldn't find your case when I was looking for it after you stopped streaming and you were trying to go to the US and I didn't know what had happened there. So I'm glad to see you back. I'm glad to see you're okay. And but I would like to know more of your history and so forth because it's hard to get a hold of you, kiddo. It's hard to get a hold of you.
Yes. Well, you see, you're in the Discord. You're in the Discord where we are now, so through Discord you'll be able to reach me there. I'm gonna see if I can get StreamYard going on my phone because I really feel like hitting the outside for a few moments.
Okay. Mary, go to bed. Does anybody want birds?
Do they obey you, Sarah? Come on. Let's get rid of
Oh, my birds.
Hold on, I'm creating feedback. That's me.
Yeah.
Two audio streams.
Okay, I was gonna say that definitely wasn't me this round.
It's me. So
I did do it earlier though.
I have my phone backstage.
Aha.
Well,
so that I am going to be able to step out.
I'm trying to get to the right mouse.
Did you get the wrong mouse again?
No.
Who has 50 of them?
No, actually, he has two very big
There we go.
racks.
Now there's two of them.
Uh-oh. Hnoss is bilocating again. Watch out.
Try to pick the location of, yep.
Okay, so while I'm outside, let me know if another one shows up in my room.
Okay. Right?
Okay, that would be
Yeah,
very
bilocation
interesting to
is
see.
one of the attributes of my people.
Okay,
What was I
I turn my
doing?
phone back on.
I was about to say, what was I doing?
Me neither.
I forgot.
Right? Oh, what was I doing too? I was in the middle of doing something. No, she distracted me. Stop. I mean, keep doing that, but I was in the process of doing something. Oh, I remember what it was. Never mind, I got it now.
Okay, can I hear me now?
I hope you can hear me.
Uh-oh. It's the Verizon commercial.
Right?
We did that earlier.
With lots.
When we couldn't figure out what was going on with my audio, we basically did that.
Oh,
Can you hear me now?
Jim said something in chat, and it's like a novel, and it's really,
Yeah,
really a lot to read.
That's what I was looking at when I was leaning over. He says there is so much that is shoved in our faces that have absolutely nothing to do with life, and I've been meeting people, but the way I've been telling myself that there's more to life than what was told to me growing up.
Facts.
Uh-oh, we
I
just
think I
lost
can read
somebody.
that. Uh-oh, who do we...
Hnoss number 2 or Hnoss number 1?
Number 2. We lost number 2. Number 1's room is still showing. Yeah, we lost number 2.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
No, we lost Riker. Oh, wait, no,
No,
that's
right?
number 1. Wait, that's number 1. Never mind. Whew, we didn't lose it.
Well, thank God then. It's
Yeah,
funny
he's
too.
number 1, not number 2.
It's like funny too because my friend that I was talking about earlier, her favorite TNG character is Jonathan Frakes, which is really funny because mine is obviously Brent Spiner because, duh, of course, Brent Spiner's based.
Sorry, cleaning still.
It's all right, It's a bizarre stream of a bird
I'm
head.
randomly over here cleaning.
Yeah. Yeah.
Someone's eating.
And this is what's good about YouTube. It's full of variety. The variety hour here is weed cleaning and legal stuff tonight, I guess.
I was gonna say the only thing I think we're not doing is someone's not drinking.
I did that last night, and I had to pay for it today with bad stomach. But anyways,
I never
So
drink
it's just-
that much.
hey, I just had 240s at 211, but they do it to me every time. It's just how it is.
Oh, I don't drink beer either, so.
Yeah. Well,
I
you know
heard
what?
Japan is trying to increase its population's consumption of alcohol because so many of the older people are dying off, and the young people is a rather sober crowd. And I thought, well, now this is really odd for Japan to be going this way, knowing all the problems with alcohol and
Drinking.
how, people get into trouble with alcohol. It's like, what?
Well, I mean, at least they're not decreasing the
You're trying to
drinking
help
age.
people get in more trouble with alcohol, or more people to get in trouble with alcohol? Seems odd to me. But I guess their sake consumption is way down, so the liquor lobby is,
It's
going
Sake's
hard.
good shit.
Haven't tried it yet. Haven't had the chance. I want
Well,
to.
I like God's medicine better, so, that's all right.
Yeah, weed is based. But we're talking about weed, right? Not crystals or some shit.
I was gonna say the only one I know of that's God made is the smoke.
Well, I don't know. I've heard many a crackhead or somebody go, "Oh, this is from the gods," and I'm like, "Ah, neat." What tree did that come from? The meth tree, my favorite. Now, show me where that's at so I can plant it myself. No, can't. Then not real thing, huh?
Nah, it's made. Sorry about your luck.
What happened?
My favorite set of earrings that I can't wear.
Bats.
Bats. Oh my God, Mary,
Yeah.
go to bed.
I was gonna say, if you look around my room, you'll see random bats everywhere.
You look around my room, you'll see birdseed because I didn't vacuum.
That's what I was doing. I got a whole vent full
I got-
of bird feathers.
Yeah, did.
One up there.
Couldn't figure out why my
Now, one over
Vacuum
there.
wasn't coming out. And I opened it up and it was full of bird feathers.
And
Listen.
then
Jim
one
loves
up
us all. Thanks, Jim.
that's all
I
my
love
random
being
bats
loved by
in the
Jet.
room. Oh wait, other than the one hanging on my lamp.
Oh, so you have bouts in the belfry, so that's no wonder they want you to be blonde. I get it now. I'm with you.
Well, I hope
Yeah, I got
Hnoss is
bats all
having a
over my
nice
room.
walk outside.
I mean, I wonder-
we don't know if she's
I wonder
gone
what
yet.
happened to her. I was like,
Well,
has she
I
realized
saw
she's
her
not
pop
on?
in briefly. She popped into existence briefly, and then she popped out again.
Yeah.
Reception
Yeah.
You
error.
seen her leave the room and go outside, and then she disappeared.
She's
Well,
in another
service
dimension.
in her area must be, kind of spotty or something. Could be the terrain she's in too,
Possible.
Well,
You know,
she was walking in a building, so most likely it's got,
Oh, yeah.
the deposits of
Well,
blockhouse
yeah,
signals.
the beams and
Then
stuff.
walking outside would probably, yeah.
or.
Then there's every Tom, Dick, and Harry out there. You know how it is.
She'll be back.
Oh yeah.
Back again.
But well, so talk to me about crystals, people. I'm one of these people. I'm so old, but I really don't know about these things very much. Never went into them. My main interest in, ufology overall was started in 2001 with the Disclosure Project. I helped to transcribe the audio remarks of the witnesses that people saw on that documentary. And the call came in as, like an urgent call for transcriptionists. Well, I used to be an executive secretary before I grew up and became a teacher, and did a lot of transcribing and stuff. And when I saw all those witnesses coming forward in 2001, I couldn't help but have my interest piqued, because these witnesses are reliable and were, they were risking their pensions. They were risking their freedoms by breaking NDAs. Come forward and talk about what they knew about these dark projects, and, secret programs and so forth and so on. But talk to me about crystals. What are the crystalline, what's the wisdom in the crystals and the rocks?
Well, actually, I've just started studying it. Really, I don't know. I just picked it up. My granddaughter
From the granddaughter.
Be quiet now, Ray. My granddaughter got a set of crystals, and then they ended up on my shelf. So I said,
Got it
okay.
for Christmas.
Recycled it, and I just started playing with them and reading online, and oh boy, just a vibe in them. Just kind of, I don't know, feel for it and pull a crystal, and the person that you're thinking of, just read that crystal to them.
I've always loved amethyst. That was always my favorite rock. I've always loved rocks and collecting rocks wherever I go. Just never understood any significance of them in a mythological sense, or properties that supposedly they have for
Hey, Pep, are you still watching
uses.
backstage for Hnoss to come back?
Yes, Ray.
Okay. I was making sure. I can't see what you're doing, so I don't know if you're playing the game.
Nag, nag, nag. That's my job. Now, anyways.
Yeah, but funnily enough, I can actually go to the next room if necessary.
You slap him around a little bit? Cool. What leaves that? Now, anyways, that being said.
No, that's Mom's job.
Okay.
I'm just here to cheer Mom on.
Right. What were you saying about Dorothy?
Oh, well, I'm curious about, like this crystal has this kind of property that's useful this way. This crystal, this rock is useful for this and that. I don't understand these things.
Yeah,
and
I'm not really
like, religious teachings, they don't mean much to me until I understand what they are and why they work.
It's kind of like reading tarot cards.
Right, exactly. It's like, well, it's an interesting subject that I don't know much about. I find it, and astrology the same way. It's like, well, I'm sure Hnoss will tell you
hey,
a
there
lot of
she
the
is.
things that you're into
She came
were
back.
forbidden in religious settings. So I grew up thinking these things were bad,
All right. I got
your babies are upset there, Sarah.
Those are the birds in the kitchen. That's Lefty and Yoda. I gotta mute up for a bit. That'll be a bit.
Okay.
Take your time. Excuse me.
Boom.
Yeah, I just muted, guys. Rest of you can talk. It's okay.
I am back.
Whoops.
Yes, always walking away doesn't necessarily help how StreamYard works. And I may drop out at any minute just because my router likes to poop out with StreamYard. Why? Who knows?
Y'all want to hear something kind of funny?
What's
I have never had a StreamYard commercial on my YouTube before until earlier today, after the first one. And I was watching YouTube and randomly a StreamYard commercial came up.
Whoa.
Very first one after using it.
I had to stop cannibalizing clowns. Turns out they taste funny.
Right?
You made me spit out my coffee almost.
Yes, that is a
Well, funnily
victory.
enough, I was actually a clown in a rodeo when I was younger.
That's the horriblest thing I've heard all day. My God, that's awful. I'm so sorry for you.
Actually, I had fun.
I know, you're
Yeah.
a poor
Really
child.
spraying all
It's
over
okay.
people.
Everything's fine except for the part where you're dressed as a clown. That's the one part that's not cool. But the rest of it's fine, yeah, sure, no problem.
You know, I think clowns themselves would have been fine in our culture if mimes had not happened.
I don't know. It makes a pretty bad picture for a clown. So
Yeah. Mimes look too much like clowns, and they just like multiplied the creep factor by 100.
it's like
People just
Oh,
can't
I'll blame
distinguish.
Stephen King every
shirt.
time for that one.
I mean, my shirt's a very good example.
Mhm.
Bring out the clowns.
As I was saying earlier, I'm literally wearing an It shirt and Gryffindor pants.
Yeah, but see, the remake of It is the stupidest thing ever. How dumb.
Yeah, that's the only one the baby's allowed to watch. She's already watched them. And again, when she was 2, huh?
I'm sorry, I was reading chat. Jim said that that coffee
Ooh.
out the nose burns.
Definitely. So does Mountain Dew out the nose. That probably burns worse than the coffee.
And so does onions. Don't
How in
ask.
the world do you get onions to go out your nose?
Well, since you asked, I have to tell you now. Okay.
Yes, you do, because now I'm curious.
I even said don't ask, and you're like, sure, let me ask.
Exactly. Now I'm curious. I want to know.
Right. So for whatever reason, like, not only do I talk really fast, right? But I also eat really fast. I can't stand things in my mouth at all. Like, I just can't. And so, like, we're talking like popsicle suckers. I don't care what it is. Just don't put it in my mouth like that forever. I can't. No. Although I am waiting for Matt's meat, but that's besides the point. Again, it's a whole nother stream. I'm never gonna let it go. Anyways, the point being is, what the hell are we talking about? Oh, you asked me something. I forgot now.
You don't like things in your mouth.
Well, it was something about that, but there was something before that.
There was. She had said something, and now I said she had to tell me, and I don't remember what that something was.
No, I didn't have to tell you. I said don't ask, and then you had to ask. So I didn't say tell me. I'll tell you. Okay, so maybe wind the stream back and find out. Take notes. Chat, any help? Oh, well, I don't know then. Hell.
I want to hear Hnoss. And I want Miss Dorothy to talk.
I wanted to ask Hnoss if you could just like give us the 2-minute recap on who's Hnoss.
Okay.
Because I'm the novice here. Everybody else will get bored with it quick because they all know you.
Right.
I'm just starting to get to know you.
Wait, real quick, Jim. Base movie, best clown movie, only good clown movie. The only thing that gets a pass, clown movie. Killer Clowns from Outer Space, whoop whoop, the best. Now you may continue.
Hands down. Yeah.
Haven't seen it.
I recommend it to everyone.
Yep. It's it is the definitive clown movie.
Acid pies, all right.
And I mean, you can't talk about Killer Clowns from Outer Space unless you also talk about Critters.
I've never seen Critters, but that's what I hear.
Yeah.
I don't think I've seen it either. Pat, do you know if I've seen it?
Nope.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the same genre.
He'll know if I've seen it or not because 90% of the scary movies that I watched are with him.
Yeah.
Right.
So the 2-minute rundown on who is Hnoss. if you look back across all the different mythologies, legend, and lore of humanity, you find that they all discuss sky people that came down and helped their individual culture, providing them education, security, technology.
Hi, Matt.
Guaranteed their survival through harsh times and kept humanity going. Western
Check your
culture
DMs,
has
Matt.
translated all these sky people as gods in order to fit in with the religious indoctrination that was created by the Catholic Church,
Of course.
which has muddied matters. But when you're talking about sky people in modern parlance, you're talking about extraterrestrials. And when you look back across the histories, the sky people originally appeared in fantastic mythological forms, gradually worked to hybrid half their original forms, half human, and then they appeared in human forms. And then as far as history goes, it looks like
check
they
backstage.
disappeared.
I am.
And when they appear to have disappeared, what really happened is that the Celestials embedded themselves in all of society around the human form, around the world in human forms, so that they could continue engaging in cultural anthropology, monitoring the developments of the world, so that they could intervene when the time was right. I am actually one of these Celestials. I have lived a life that was designed to fulfill a purpose for a mission that I'm conducting right now. I do have powers, and I'm utilizing the information I've developed over this lifetime and the skills that I've got at my disposal in order to deliver myself to the European Union Commission so that I can prevent forthcoming extinction level events.
Good recap there, Hnoss. Good recap.
That is awesome.
Recently I discovered an interesting author who postulates, that, and this is like he's an Anglican priest, minister to the pastors, biblical ancient languages expert, who's dissecting the biblical passages and connecting them back to the ancestral stories, which are all the same thing before because the Bible's all based on what was written before, right?
And whenever the Catholic Church invaded any other cultural region, they adapted the mythology of the Judeo-Christian myth, adding in the myths of all the local cultures that they were colonizing.
Yeah, I want to just give a quick shout out then for Paul Wallace, because he's the first author who made all the questions I had in first and second grade in Catholic school understandable and actually answered them. But I'm so old now. It's like, well, man, why'd I have to wait so long for these damn answers?
Finally found my remote.
Sweet.
Well, it was over where I was cleaning.
Like a lot of folks, I had to leave my religion at 13 once I woke up from, not believing in fairy tales. I mean, it was just like too many things never made sense, and a whole lot of what was going on in my family never made sense. Got all these religious people, and we're talking the Holy Roman Rollers, and I don't know how far back this goes, So steeped in mythology that my mother gave up going to college and having a career because the priest at their parish told her mother that she would lose her soul if she went to college. I always got the impression that my mother would have much preferred to be a career woman like Grandma's sister Gladys,
Well, and the version of soul they talk about, that's true. Because getting an education frees people from the indoctrination of the church. the indoctrination of the church is the only way to fulfill their objective version of having power they can control.
Well, to my family's credit, most everybody in it, including the priest, has, taken a deep departure away from all that, dogma and stuff. But it's very difficult to overcome programming that was there since before your mother's mother's mother was born.
Yeah.
And that's the steep hill that I find myself climbing, and a whole bunch of other people are.
Yep. Yeah, and most of the public will never escape that indoctrination. And I don't mind erasing them.
Oops.
Well, there's a point at which you think it's got to be willful blindness, don't you, Hnoss?
Well, here's where it's a misperception that it's willful blindness or willful ignorance. Is that nobody chooses who their parents are going to be, right?
True. Well,
And
unless you believe you're thinking about it before you ever get here. So
other than those of us that have a designed insert into the human timeline. But humans don't choose who their parents are going to be. And who their parents are determines the region and exact subculture that they're submitted into. And those factors determine which religion they're subjected to, which version of reality, which political values they will inherit. And even if they go through teenagehood and rebel against their parents, that rebellion itself still determines which values and beliefs they inherit and adopt. Right? They're defined by their opposition to what they were enculturated with. But that still means that their culture decided what their values would be. And when they continue into adulthood, and you would think that they have freedom of thought and that they are an independent, sentient entity, what they're capable of adopting as a new belief is still determined by what their beliefs of reality itself are. And those beliefs in reality, what establishes fact, what does not establish fact, what are moral values that would justify them changing their decision, or any of those other things, are still based upon their conditioning and programming of those factors. So their incapacity to change their mind, to move forward, to grow, is still the result of the random occurrence of who they were born to.
Well, do you believe, like, well, I've done a lot of reading. I've just been around long enough. Do you believe that there is, something of a soul contract that everybody comes with, and
no,
you've got missions on Earth, and because as a person, I was always raised to believe that I have a reason to be here, and that there's something I'm supposed to do to help my world by being here.
Right. It becomes something that is scary to a lot of people for me to openly declare, but humans are not born with souls. They're born with the potential to develop a soul. When you look at what humans are, like from the example that I just gave, when the entire consciousness of 99% of humanity is inherited declarations and beliefs about reality and morality and what spirit is, what magic is, what the supernatural is, and all of these things, that population and what they believe they are sentient, they believe they are conscious, but the reality that they exist in is a fiction, right? The world that is created in their mind is a fiction. And those of us that run the universe have no need to create an eternal replication of fictional characters that are just repeating something that they were told by someone else, that they were told by someone else, that they were told by someone else going back 100 generations. Because what we're talking about then is that you have 8 billion replications of a single person who made a decision based on information that they were exposed to, and then a chain of people going forward through generations that decided to trust that that person knew what they were talking about. That's not a person. It's not a sentient being. It's not a soul. It's just a replication of false information, of false data, of false beliefs. It's the propagation of continuous lie. And we're not going to populate the fifth dimension with fraud.
Well, that's another aspect of this that I don't get, you know, this dimension stuff. I mean, you're just touching the top of the iceberg, baby, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm curious and I want to learn, but yeah, to what degree is my programming stopping me from even reaching toward what is my highest good for my purpose in the world? You know what I'm saying? Right. It's like, well, in the end, you got to trust that you're trying to do your best and that you're, you know, thinking about it right. But who knows?
Right. Well, you know, when it comes down to it, the two most important words that a person can utter are the three most important words are I don't know.
Yeah.
Right. Saying I don't know means I am open to learning. I have not closed the door. I have not decided that the current state of primate on this little rock around this insignificant star in this one of hundreds of billions of galaxies has got it all figured out.
Oh, for the love of God, if we had it all figured out, we'd all be living in utopia, don't you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
Saying IDK is one of the things that say all the time about everything. IDK, I don't even know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. And it's all these people that are propagating the proposition that they have the answers, that they know, that then inflict that fraud upon others and prevent those others from developing souls. And those people do the same thing to their children and their friends, and it just goes on forever. And we have no need to maintain the existence of any consciousness that would do that to anyone else.
Right, I do have a question
that would
Dorothy.
Prevent someone else from developing a soul.
Dorothy, what religion were you brought up in?
The holiest of the Roman roller family. You know, those guys in funny suits and the gals in penguin habits. And, you know, and I don't know how far back it goes, but I do know my family was steeped into the mythologies, you know, that surrounded it, and steeped in the politics that surrounds all of the Catholic Church. And believe me, there's so much in the way of politics in that, you know, supposedly, you know, spiritual religion. It's like, man, they're pumping you for money every other minute. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's like George Carlin said, you know,
sure.
God's all powerful, all wise, all knowing, all seeing. He can do anything, but he needs money.
Yeah. There's
He's all powerful, all knowing. Give him money.
Right. Well, I mean, you see, the thing is, it's like our world base, everything is based upon, you know, something for something, nothing or anything for nothing, right? So everything takes money, you know, everything does. Whether you want to, I mean, pretty soon we're going to be taxed for air, I'm sure, because they already, you know, we have to pay for water, right? So instead of a natural resource for everyone, the water, you know, because people should live, right? It's a thing. But no, it's going to make sure you pay for water. But it's a desert and you want to have some water? No, that's like $50,000 today. the world is bad. Like Nestle, I mean, it buys up all the water rights, so natural resource, right? You know, people can't get water. You can go buy it in the store, but it's it's dumb,
They can't get it just anywhere. They have to actually pay for it.
right? I was in Utah, like, I was like, can I get a cup of water? They're like, nah, but here's a cup, and this drink fountain, but drink fountain's broken. They're like, sink bathroom. I'm like, I'll die, thank you.
Yeah, the United States has to go.
Right? Poor Canada.
I mean, I'm old enough that I'm like one of the youngest boomers, in the group of boomers. Okay, I mean, I came along in '55, 22 days after report number 14 out of Blue Book came out. Okay, and a month before Dr. Greer was born. Okay, so I'm older than that guy. But my generation, and especially my siblings, my older siblings, and most everybody in my family was older than me, were part of the generation that broke away. I mean, broke away on purpose from warmongering and hateful stuff and lack of civil rights. And the people that were involved in the church were active in the civil rights movement, active in the, reducing poverty movement, active in the migrant workers movement. In fact, my one uncle married an ex-nun, and now my cousin Eric's one of my favorite buddies in the world. He started the St. Paul's March for Hunger over in Whittier, California, where Nixon was born, my Uncle Danny. And all his students at St. Paul's have to take this 1-year social justice class where they take this walk raising money for the soup kitchen down in East LA. And they walk. Uncle Danny took us on the route, and they have to walk through Beverly Hills right into the poorest section of LA, and then onto the Santa Monica Pier at the end for a nice party. So, my relatives definitely made a breakaway, and that's what makes me wonder. Well, then if people aren't born with souls, how do they develop them? That's what I gotta know.
Functionally, it's a biochemical reaction that's based on empathy. So if we get down to one of the simple concepts, is that if I do a good deed for Bat, then her brain produces the serotonin transmitter as the result of that action for her benefit. My brain also produces the serotonin transmitter as the result of giving of myself to help her. But you know what else? Anyone that witnesses me doing that good deed for her, their brain also produces serotonin as bearing witness to that good deed taking place. The biological mechanism of humans is programmed to reward them for the act of doing something for the benefit of someone else. And by witnessing that beneficial act that someone does for someone else and receiving a neurotransmitter reward for witnessing that, that's a biological imperative compelling the person to be involved with helping others.
So how do traumas help develop it, Hnoss? I witnessed a lot of interpersonal traumas, stuff when I was young, and even experienced being cursed in front of 400 children by my first grade teacher, just because I had a friend who was a boy. Well, dang it. My next oldest sibling was a boy, and I hung out with him all the time. So in kindergarten, my best friend was a boy. We went to Catholic school in first grade, and then I got cursed by a nun. And I tell you, she said words about me and cursed me and made all the children in my class not look at me, don't talk to me, don't play with me, don't even, if she comes your way, you walk the other way. So I've been banished before I ever even got started, and that has affected my sense of who I am all of my life.
Absolutely. And that's actually a gift.
Right. I look at it
Because
that way now.
people who experience trauma, through the act of experiencing that trauma, gives them the gift of empathy. They understand what it is to suffer at the hands of another. And because they understand what it is to suffer at the hands of another, they don't want anyone else to go through that pain. So they do what's necessary to try to help others alleviate their pain, to take actions that prevent pain, that prevent trauma, right?
Yeah.
And
It's also a feature of
psychopaths
codependent roles in dysfunctional families like mine. Oh, taking on the hero role, taking on the caretaker role, taking on the negotiator role. I've had them all, babe. Had them all.
Yeah. And the act of experiencing trauma, especially with circumstances like that, is one where the person becomes more sensitive to observing the behaviors of others so that they can predict when that sort of misconduct is going to come along, when a person is going to become a risk, become a threat, right? Which means that they learn to observe others, to understand their behaviors and motivations and emotions, to understand them more deeply through observation. By going through that trauma, they are trained with everything that they need to learn in order to become a person that does develop a soul, whose motivations are based on helping others and preventing suffering. It's a simple system. We designed it a long time ago. I mean, we put the neurotransmitters in there and everything. It's supposed to work. But social
it's odd now that I'm retired and my influence is not very large at all. It's the only people I can do things with are the people within my daily view. And that hasn't been very many people.
Also people when you're on phone calls.
Yeah.
I'm in everybody's daily view.
True. I'm serving a function just by talking with people. Sure I am.
I can help you with a simple measure here, Dorothy. Is that the neurotransmitters, the biochemical reaction that happens in your body that influences your energy and your identity and what you become and what you generate is not based on the number of people you help. It's not based on your impact on the world.
True. I know that. It's weird, though, because I'm only realizing it now that I'm in this situation where there was a forced kind of a resting, which I really needed after extending myself very far. Too long of a story. But it's only now that I recognize it, and I wonder how many of us go through something similar in life where until you're in a forced resting position, you don't even have time to think about stuff like this a lot. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And,
agreed.
There's so much social engineering has happened to drive people away from helping others. And, this was something, I think it was FDR that was in office when the welfare system came into place. And
hey, Justin.
the welfare system was actually the worst thing to happen to the United States. Because, and it was something that whoever was the president at the time had warned about, was that by creating a system of the expectation that the government would help the people in need, it took away the impetus from the public to want to help the people in need.
Well, it also took away the impetus of the government to fix all the problems that made people poor in the first place.
Yes. It took away empathy. It took away sympathy. It taught Americans that they didn't need to care for anyone in their community, that all they should do is focus on themselves. That was by design. That's social engineering. What's happening now is part of a bigger plan that has been in place for a long time in order to weaken humanity so that they could come to the place where they could be destroyed now, which is what's about to happen.
Yeah, and
I just
this
brushed it
is
too.
a,
Right back.
a fear-provoking thought, Hnoss.
Mhm.
You know, I mean, I recognize that I'm on the short side of living longer at my age.
Right.
So the end of humanity troubles me. My son is gone, so that part doesn't bother me as a mother. My son has already departed this plane, so
Yeah.
I'm not troubled by that, and I'm not troubled by my individual demise, and I'm not trying to store up everything as much as I can like a little squirrel
Right.
gathering nuts in order to try and survive some terrible cataclysm. I'm not trying to.
Yeah.
But at this point, I have to wonder, well, why not just give up and off ourselves right now?
Here's what we're looking at. With what's coming, there are many different versions of final outcome that could happen. If the governments that I am assigned to work with decide to not take up the charge that they're responsible for, then humanity is going to be destroyed. There is going to be a very small fraction of a percent of the population that is retained. The ones who are spared from death are going to be the ones that are worthy to be spared from death. And that's already determined by the biochemical composition that has written the neurological structures of their brain. It's already designed. It's already going to happen by default if they don't step up to work with us. Which means the only version of humans that will continue are the ones who are capable of prioritizing being part of a community, of ensuring the betterment of others, of driving out suffering. And I'm going to give them the technology for biological immortality, because I'm actually in charge of that. Age reversion.
Cool beans, man.
I need to be age reversed. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I'm young enough.
Oh,
If it
age
could just like
reversion.
fix a few issues, I'll be okay.
Yeah.
Age
Have my back,
reversed.
my knees, and my wrists, I'd be good.
Back, my teeth, my everything. Listen,
Oh,
I have a
those
list.
two.
I don't want to live
Yeah.
forever. I don't want to live forever by any means. That's awful. That sounds just terrible. I mean, think about on a day when you're bored, you have nothing to do. Could you imagine like forever and then being? No, thank you.
Being bored,
I have no time for that.
90% of it because you've done everything.
Right?
Well, you know,
So
yeah. I mean,
continue.
the Good Place covered that in their final season, right?
Well, I was just gonna say, Star Trek covered that with Q, the Continuum, and as they've been around for so long, they have nothing left to do, and they can't mess with the people because it's not a good thing.
Right.
And
Well, if you
don't
watch
fuck with board.
Voyager,
Yeah,
That's what I'm talking about.
But the function here is that when you have biological immortality and you're living in a society that is not driven by conflict and suffering, but is instead driven by stewardship, the humans are going to be taking care of the other million species on the planet we've been cultivating to help them move towards sentience. They're going to be the caretakers of the world that we told them to be in the first place, right? The sense of purpose and drive that comes behind that will give life much greater meaning. And through that, humans will be able to achieve the point of enlightenment, or, you know, common modern parlance, ascension, to where they can release their physical forms and become fifth dimensional beings that are actually worthy of existing in the fifth dimension. The entire system was designed a long time ago. The mechanics of it are flawless. We're just in a circumstance right now where we're giving humanity as a whole the opportunity to correct course and prove that they deserve a chance to come along for the ride that the worthy are going to get.
I've heard on the Twitterverse lately that something big is coming, and that's what a lot of people seem to say. just about every other day on UFO Twitter. So,
Yeah.
Oh
are
my
you
God.
the big thing that's coming, Hnoss?
Yes, I am.
I kind of thought.
That's already on Twitter. But,
I am the dawning of the age of Aquarius.
Well, hallelujah! I'm glad I lived this long to see it.
Yep.
I love Wolf's laugh. Sorry.
Yep.
It makes me giggle.
Yeah.
Anyways, facts. Moving on. I don't know. Yeah. I was eating and then I broke some tooth because there was some meat that had some bone chip in it, so it caused me then to break some tooth.
That's no fun.
No.
Been there, done that.
Now I got this molar back there that's already disintegrating because I clench my teeth too much because that's what I do. And yeah, I mean, in my sleep I grind my. I'm always said I don't like things in my mouth, and I guess I don't even like my teeth. Okay.
Right back at you, Justin.
Well, my problem is I actually have every single last one. My 4 very back molars all have been removed.
Yeah, mine are like they want to remove them, but one, I don't have money for that, and the insurance is like, you want to be healthy? Kill yourself. You're like, well, I'll go do that. They're like, don't you dare, we'll lock you up. And I'm like, what? So that's
society.
I don't know. Does
down.
your like I know here Medicaid will pay for at least an extraction, but they won't pay for like braces.
They usually changed everything in California,
like
so I have a copay now for dental stuff. I'm like, the heck? I'm on SSI. What do you mean copay? So they just recently changed stuff. They tried to, take it away from me a few months back, and I'm like, this is all cancerous. Everybody's like, don't you want to live forever? Absolutely not.
Right?
Maybe a better quality of life, sure. Live forever? No, thank you. Well, certainly not
here. You can't have a good quality of life if nobody can
yeah, right?
pay for it. Sorry, I lost my train of thought there for a second.
Well, that's why the technologies that I'm going to be giving to the EU Commission are not going to be allowed to be controlled by corporations, ever. The wealthy will not be able to buy their immortality.
Well, Justin, you're in Australia. You're a tough bastard. Of course that happened. No shit. And they were probably just holding some leather strap in your fingers to take away the edge of a little bit of the thing. Yeah. Shut up, Justin.
I would not have been able to handle that. They had to knock me completely out to pull my wisdom teeth, Pap will tell you.
Well, see, I got all 4 of mine out. Well, I got all 4 of mine out, but they had to knock me out unconscious because I don't like things in my mouth. Dentist hands being one of them. I like going to the dentist fine. It's just they don't like me throwing up on them. It's weird. I don't know. Anyways, but yeah, so I was out, and then when I go to the dentist, well, back in the day, I had nitrous, Valium, and that just so I wasn't gagging all over the place because I don't like things in my mouth.
Yep.
I'll tell you what, having my canine pulled was one of the worst times. I could still feel it, even though they numbed it up real good. The pressure of while they were trying to pull it, oh my gosh.
And nice, Justin. I wish I could say that.
Yeah, we're talking about moving into ascension. The Earth is moving 67,000 miles an hour around the sun. Now our solar system is moving through the Milky Way at a blazing 140 a second. 140 what a second? Probably 140,000 miles a second.
Probably.
Yep. Solar system, orbiting center 140.
500,000 miles an hour. Yeah.
And then plus the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour.
Yeah. Yeah. But that's the rotation speed of the place we have in the Orion arm of the Milky Way galaxy, but then the Milky Way galaxy is also moving through the universe much faster. So good times.
Yeah.
It's impossible to stand still.
Am I getting echo or it's just me?
Could you
No,
imagine if
not
the Earth really was flat? We'd fly off from it.
Hey, Pap, you might want to turn your TV down a bit.
My TV.
Yeah.
Echo.
Is it the echo? Or is it me talking?
It was echoing again. I can hear me
Justin,
echoing.
face.
I'm just wondering if I was too close to the...
Put 4 more
TV
socks
again?
on some type of mic or something. Let's do it.
Oh, he already has the sock wrapped around it. You never took it off.
Right,
Yeah,
so
your
put
mic-
5 more socks on.
Oh, no, it's literally, he has tube socks on it.
Right, I know. I said put 5 more.
It's like triple layered around it.
I know, but then I said put 5 more.
Oh, gosh, we wouldn't be able to hear him.
Kind of the point. We'll slow there.
Oh, he just muted himself.
Blah, 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 blah. Blah, blah. Blah, 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 blah. Blah.
All right, well, we get it. You're not echoing.
Was I echoing?
No, you're fine, Walt. We get it.
Okay.
It's the hand, the whatever the hell, just fuck words again. Anyways. But whatever, just something like that. Whatever he said to Walt. Oh my god.
Hand controller?
Talking about Mario Kart.
Oh.
I'm like, what in the world is he talking about?
I was like, I don't know. All right, cool.
I suppose Mario
They sure
Kart is
love
on a
that
par with the
motorcycle.
world ending. You know.
Yeah.
Hey, Mario Kart's a fun game.
It's the world coming to its end is kind of a fun game for me. I mean, there's some sad, there's don't get me wrong, there's a little bit of sadness involved because it's always sad when you have to put a sick animal down.
Oh,
But
Wait, are you saying that we're a sick animal? Because I agree.
Some of
humanity
us,
is.
I
Yes.
mean,
It's
Some.
The
okay,
system,
most.
the system itself.
There you go.
You have to look at things from a larger perspective, right? And everyone's familiar with the trolley problem, right?
The shopping carts? What are you saying?
The trolley problem.
The train
Yeah,
problem,
the-
you mean,
the-
where you got
the-
2
Or
tracks?
are you talking about
Yeah.
like the bus trolley like thing
No.
on the
It's,
road?
yeah, the trolley problem is a sociological construct of where you have a trolley that's going down the tracks, and on
Oh
one
my God, what are
track
you
you
talking about shopping
have
carts?
one
Okay.
on one track you have one group of someone that'll be killed, and on the other track you have another group of someone that'll be killed, and whether you switch the tracks or not, right? Like on the first track that the trolley is heading down, you've got 4 adults that are on the track that are going to be killed by the trolley. But if you throw the lever to switch the track, it'll go over to the other track where 1 baby will be killed. Do you switch tracks? Right.
Yeah, kill the baby. I don't care about the baby.
Nope.
It-
Nope, not the
it-
baby.
It's a
I killed the baby.
psychosocial
Bye,
problem.
peeps. Bye,
Right.
peeps. That baby's gonna survive.
Or even if you've got a circumstance where there are 4 people on the first track, there's 1 person indistinguishable from the others on the other track. Do you throw the switch? Right. Because in doing so, the thing is that you didn't put the trolley on the track where it was going to kill those 4 people to begin with. It's not your fault that they're going to die. But if you throw the switch, you do take control of ensuring those people survive, but at the same time, you're taking responsibility for the death of someone who wouldn't have died had you not taken action. Right.
So
Yeah,
what you're talking about is hitting all the hitting the 4 people and saving the 1.
Well,
If
it's
I
more
understand you
Well,
correctly.
that's what the state of the world is right now. Because right now, when you realize that, like, through the climate change situation, there are 100 people that are responsible for the destruction of the world. 100. That means each one of them is responsible for, by the time we get to that point, and you know, the ecological web collapses and everyone dies, you know, 10 billion people. So each one of those 100 people is responsible for the deaths of 100 million people. So you're looking at the trolley problem where there is one person on this track and 100 million people on the other track.
Hey, Blue.
Those 100 million people are going to die unless someone pulls the lever and switches the track so that one rich asshole dies. And nobody has pulled the lever.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Thanks for clarifying.
Nobody, not a single human in the entirety of the population has pulled the lever. None.
Oh, well, I would kill the kid for sure. But that's
Of course
Right.
not, because the rich person will give them money.
well, no. I'm gonna tell you. F that, dude.
Which brings it right back down to the original point where everything is driven by self-interest now instead of what is the greater good. But then we take that from a different perspective, and then we take those numbers and we change them up.
Oh shit.
To where on the one track,
Sorry.
there are 1 million people. Each one of those people actually represents another species that currently exists on the Earth.
Right back.
There are 1 million. On the other track is one human that represents the totality of humanity. The train is barreling down towards all the other 1 million species that are going to die unless someone throws the lever and takes out the one, the human. Again, it should be a no-brainer. Humanity has to be eliminated if they don't go through a rapid change. Because those other 1 million species are going to survive.
All right, I volunteer first for extinction. Excuse me, I volunteer first for extinction. You guys not believe what I just did?
What did you do?
Okay, so the cigarette, like I was talking to you guys, the cigarette went out in my hand, right? And so I didn't realize it. So I, hooked it up to smoke it.
Oh,
so
no.
when I did that, the fan hits it, right? And boom, a face full of ash, a little bit of hot ash, just flying in my face. And I'm like, oh shit.
I've done that. I've done that.
Yeah, I know.
Pat's
But
done
I
that.
I could see it because it was dark in here, right? So when I get a face full of ash, and I'm like, sorry about that. Anyways, that's why I volunteer first for extinction, okay? I suddenly forgot how to smoke. Oh my god.
All right, y'all. I actually have to head out, and I need to go to bed.
Oh, okay, Bat.
Well, sleep
Nice to
well.
see you, Pat.
The Bat's not a night owl. That's too bad.
I love
Well,
your face. It's
That
really
has to
cool
wake up in the
looking.
morning.
Wait, what?
I've been working on it. I had to reorganize a little bit of stuff.
Well, it's interesting. You've got a lot of interesting visuals up there on your wall. I like that.
It's
My walls
mostly
are
Harry
Star
Potter.
Trek like that.
She's
It's
spoiled.
mostly Harry Potter that I have
Say
collected
Harry,
over the
no.
years. And bats and a whole bunch of other things just randomly all over the walls. I actually have one of my paintings that I've done up there, actually.
Is
That
that
one
ever
right
come backstage yet? The hell?
That one right there.
The one in the middle?
painted that one. Yeah,
That's so
I
cool.
actually
Whoa.
painted that one.
Next time I see you, I hope I see it closer.
I mean, I can
Right?
move and put it closer and show you.
Then please do.
Yeah, I'd love to see it.
Yeah. Actually, it might just be easier if I take it down.
Well, whatever's easiest. Right, Jim? Right, Jim?
I almost lost my balance there.
Careful.
Can't up, can't sit. Can't sit.
Pull it up a little bit higher there.
Yeah, there you
Oh,
go.
wow, that's really cool.
Wow. That's awesome, Bat. That's really awesome.
That's based as hell. I love it.
I just love it. That's great work. I always admire people who can do those visual things. I can do color by number really well.
I can't do that.
Now,
I can't do that
see,
at all.
I don't do much of that. I mostly do a bunch of drawing and yeah, I'll show you what I've been working on. I know, meant to go to bed.
I'm going to bed except for all that.
Oh, and here we are getting you all hyped up over showing your art. Sorry,
Yeah.
Bat.
It happens.
Justin, I can't even do that, but I have drawn them, and they don't look like stick figures because my sticks are wobblers. I suck at it. It's not my skill
see,
set.
I can't
That-
either.
this is going to be sad but hilarious. I can draw really well, but I cannot draw a straight line to save my life.
My name can't draw a straight line or a circle or any type of shape.
Or yeah, I mean I can do like squares, triangles, rectangles, ovals, no circles,
Yeah,
and no straight
I know a lot of
lines.
triangle faces.
But
But never a straight line in the bunch. Okay.
that's just something random.
Oh, I like that. I like that stuff.
What else do I have in here?
Right, Blue?
Honestly, don't know what I have in here half of the time.
Yeah, we all know that you're definitely not straight line. You know that means.
Where is it? There it is.
Oh,
This is what I've been working on. It's nowhere near finished yet.
Can't see
I
it.
can't see a thing.
Can't quite see it yet.
Oh, I can tell. It's the lines are light, so
Yeah, I
Camera
haven't
doesn't wanna pick
made
them
them
up.
darker yet.
Pretty
And
face
plus, like
person with
half
power
of
in
the
their
face isn't even done yet.
Yeah.
Like
Ah,
I literally have an eye missing right now. I just haven't drawn it in yet.
so what you're saying, this is in the process of being drawn. Okay, cool.
Yes, it's in the process. That's
Like, I
so
thought you were
this is
complete,
rough
but the half
sketch.
face is missing. So you intentionally left it without half face me. I was
And
confused.
This is the most recent thing I have drawn.
Aw.
Ah, that's cool. But,
I
I
have
guess,
no idea how I came up with that color scheme or any of that, honestly. And
probably
then,
weed.
I was gonna say the same
and then
thing,
this
Justin.
here
Oh,
is
just it said words.
Ooh.
I was
I
practicing.
like that.
I
Really
was practicing
interesting.
my shading and the colors over top and everything. So
Very nice.
that
Thanks for sharing
actually,
it.
this one's my most recent one. I also have a picture I drew back in college. I did a drawing class of my daughter when she was a baby. But
Well-
that is on a huge pad that I am not digging out tonight. So maybe I'll show you that another time. I am
Well,
not digging
Matt's in
that
the
out.
basement.
Pat,
Thank you,
Oh,
Beth, for
cool.
sharing.
Nice. Thanks, Bat. Hey, Matt. Matt, Bat. All right. I'm not a cat. Cool. I'm gonna shut up.
are we rhyming now?
Yeah, I guess so. I'm a lyricist, don't
Hey,
you know?
family, how y'all doing?
Hey,
The
Matt.
Matt came back the very next
Oh yeah,
day.
you're right. I
Hi
did
there.
forget the eyebrows, didn't I?
Matt is back. Back again. Matt is back.
Hello,
Tell a
Beth.
friend.
How you doing? Hello, Dorothy.
Hi, Matt. Good to see you.
Hey, good to see
Hi there.
you.
I'm actually getting ready to head to bed. So
Well,
Good night,
hello and goodbye.
Drive safe.
Sweet dreams,
Um,
Matt.
oh, I'm like, who's saying drive? Why are you saying drive safe?
Because I
Not
was calling
going anywhere
Blue. Blue
except
said
for
he's gonna
back there.
drive. Yeah,
I know,
drive
I've seen
yourself
that
safely to
as soon as
bed.
I noticed that as soon as I looked down at the phone. I'm like, oh, that's who she's talking to. Okay.
Yeah, watch out for the oncoming traffic to your bed.
Watch out for the cats in the way, mate. Watch out for the
Right?
traffic jam. I got
Mhm.
one asleep in
Right?
the window, one asleep on my bed.
Yeah, you Aussies all gonna jet for a bet. I don't know about your Aussies. I think you two are gonna go meet up and listen, never mind. I don't care. You guys can film your pornos, it's fine. Now, moving on.
What?
What?
Oh, you guys all heard that. Yeah. No, cause see, Blue and Justin are both in Australia, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
And Blue said he's got to drive, and then Justin said he's got to jet for a few. I had to make a porn joke.
Okay. That's better information.
Like, we weren't even, I don't think many of us were really paying much attention at that odd second.
And if it makes you feel any better, I'm used to everybody not paying attention, so it's okay. and then when I open my mouth, it's like either the hell you said or I agree.
I honestly, I was putting something away, so.
Justin said he was laughing really hard. Justin's a good guy.
See, someone was paying attention at least.
Right?
But alright, y'all, I'm headed to bed.
All right, well, you keep saying that, but
I
You're
am
still
this
here.
time. I am this
Okay.
time. It's almost 1:30, so.
that's only 10:26.
Have
Yeah.
a pleasant loss of consciousness.
Yeah, exactly.
Hopefully it'll be long enough where I'm not tired in the morning.
Yeah.
Alright,
May you have
good night,
blessed
y'all.
dreams. Good night.
If it'll let me
Night, Dad.
leave.
Thanks for sharing your art.
Dorothy. I'm sorry. Dorothy. That's funny. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Today,
I
whenever
I remember the day I figured that out too.
talking to the wife about because StreamYard's $25 a month for unlimited. Well,
Yeah.
Big Ear's granddaughter heard it. Then Big Ear's daughter heard it. And then they're ready to go. Let's go streaming. We get unlimited streaming.
Yep. See, well, everybody wants to stream with you.
Yep.
Well, the thing is, though, when you have unlimited StreamYard and everything, Wally, you only have a certain amount of storage space to save your.
Yeah, we went over this
Pretty
earlier,
sure live.
Matt, on
Yeah.
with
Andy
Andy
told us what
Gambino.
to do.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes,
he was on the
sorry.
previous stream.
All right. Cool.
But now,
Thank
like
you.
I was just saying, like, if you do continuous streams and everything, just make sure you clean up that storage space.
yeah. Well, also after we buy in, we'll probably do it Saturday, buy in Saturday, but might have to tomorrow. But
Okay.
yeah, I'm gonna make sure that Sarah can get in too, and we'll do it together.
Yeah.
Keep all the
Three-way.
stuff
Right.
cleaned up.
Yeah.
And then Andy made a really snide remark about how why anybody would allow me to have keys to anybody else's StreamYard, and oh my god, then S4 was there, and all that. Anyways, it was insane.
Yes.
Good times.
Yeah, I pulled S4's crystal for those who don't know yet, and read it to him. And he said, "Hey, Walt," he says, "what do you think I got on my desk?" And I said, "I don't know, Anthony." And he pulls up the very same crystal that I pulled out of my crystals. And that's
Yep.
like 20 crystals.
Mm.
Yep.
That
Which was also the same crystal that you pulled me too, which was also strange.
yeah.
And then also Sipich had said that you were going to pull the same crystal. So again, that too was strange. Okay, well,
Yeah.
I thought
Who was
See
that?
you later, Justin.
see you, Justin. Hurry back.
I
Official
didn't.
man.
Let's see, what was that?
Take care of those things.
I pulled somebody else's crystal, and it was Justin. It was Justin And I pulled his crystal, and or was it, who was that? Damn, now I don't know. But I did it again too.
Right.
I pulled a crystal for somebody, and then they pull the rock up. Hey, look at here. I found the thing I was looking for. The Earth is screaming through the space at 1.3 million miles an hour. That's the one I was looking for. That's how fast it's going through the solar system. And where's my other tab? I closed it. Oh my God.
Anyways, okay.
Hard to imagine those speeds when it feels like you're standing still somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Why is it when I get so high I feel gravity?
But you're in an alternate state.
It's something you don't want to feel.
Well, no, but like, no. Why does it when I get so high I feel gravity? Like, you know what I mean? Like I can feel it in my body.
Because your filters of automatic processing that tell you to ignore it turn off.
Yep.
Just like how, normal neurotypical people don't hear the lights buzzing.
Right. See, I do.
That it's so loud. That's the loudest noise ever in the world. How can you not hear it?
Yeah.
Oh my God, that's such an annoying sound. That's a very annoying sound too.
Right here.
But even they shut up.
Right here is the unbalance that people are feeling. We are on the cusp of moving into the age of Aquarius, and we are being asked to relinquish the old ways and harness the creative new. Harness the creative new. We will experience Mars and Gemini for 7 months, normally 5 to 6 weeks transit, from August 20th to March 25th of 23. So that could be the sleepless nights and the awe that people are feeling.
Mm-hmm.
See, we should. I don't agree with get rid of the old ways of knowledge. The old ways.
Well, the old ways it's talking about aren't what we consider the old ways now. It's talking about what the modern ways are now that are going to be considered the old ways when we're in the age of Aquarius.
Okay.
Oh, thank
I interpreted that.
Nobody's physiology is beyond 19th century farming anyhow.
Sorry.
I am going to
seriously,
have
I'm only
so much fun.
3 generations removed from that era.
Mm-hmm.
And most of you are at most 4 generations, 5 generations, maybe.
I'm 6.
Oh no, I am.
No.
Well, Hnoss, you're just eternally removed from the timeline. Don't worry.
I keep repeating the timeline, but the age reversion technology is beneficial for me. Yeah, it's. I have to do something to make it fun or entertaining, at least, as I watch humanity go down for the 15th time.
That's what YouTube's for.
Yeah, and that's how many mass extinction events we've had as a species.
Oh no!
Or has it been
no.
divine interventions from above every time?
No, what I'm talking about is that the time we are in right now has happened before. Our grid network of the celestial cities that are underground and our base stations and everything make a grid network around Earth. Earth is quantum locked. Essentially, Earth is locked out of the precession of time that's happening in the rest of the galaxy. What's happened is that...
What did our ancestors do to you guys anyway? How bad was it?
So essentially, what happened is that we had our base stations and everything here so that we could ensure the project. Earth is one of the worlds that we were developing, and
Kind of
because
dropped
of
the
the
ball,
outside, no, it was the outside
I'm just kidding,
interference of the.
No, I was just making a joke.
I know. Outside interference from a malevolent race who was pissed off because I dented their ride.
Yeah, right?
Whatever.
You dented
Look,
their ride.
I dented their ride. Okay, so the ones that people call reptilians, we need to clarify something here. There's a lot of confusion that's gone on intentionally where they're crossing up the snake people, the lizard people, and the dragons. All right.
Yeah, well, I heard they're all
the
bitches anyways.
What we
And the
call
thing
the
is
noggin
that-
and candy.
Yeah, so the snake people, good folks. The dragon people, best folks. The lizard people, assholes. All right. These are the ones that people are usually referring to when they talk about reptilians doing all sorts of bad shit around the world. These are the ones that are actually at the highest tier of the shadow government that's fucking everything up. All right.
Right.
The dragons, we are the ones who seeded life here on Earth. We cultivate life on worlds all throughout the universe. That's what we do. We sparked life in the universe to begin with. But the lizard folk, their proper name is Fomorians, by the way.
That's a horrible name.
They came from one of the neighboring galaxies. They had a star drive at the heart of their vessel. Their ship was a planet-sized ship because after they did all of their conquering and stripping of resources on worlds in the galaxy that they were in, they needed a ship that was going to be big enough for them to have a colonizing force that was deployed here to the Milky Way galaxy. So, boom, their ship does the thing, pops up here in the Milky Way galaxy. They proceed to start toppling worlds and causing problems. It's not actually just that they came from another galaxy. They came from another universe. And in their universe, the existence of consciousness in the type of energy that is spirit does not exist. So for them, they could not recognize anything else in this universe as being sentient. Right. So to them, it didn't matter that they were toppling worlds and destroying civilizations and all that stuff. They considered themselves to be the only sentient beings in the universe so that they could do whatever the hell they wanted. We tried to intervene with them to say, hey, you know what, we'll give you a place that you can set up a home, but you got to leave the rest of these planets alone. They were like, go screw yourself. You don't matter. You're just an animal. So I proceeded to cause all the particulate vegetation matter on their planetoid ship to rapidly grow simultaneously, which meant every little blade of grass, every spore, every bit of vegetation from every ship that landed on a world and came back in from their boots, everything, every scrap, every single tiny bit of vegetation on their ship grew rapidly, simultaneously.
It became like the jungles in Congo.
Well, you know that grass can pierce concrete, can pierce metal, right?
Yeah.
So all the vegetation growing on their ship ripped through the gravitational core that was containing the star at the heart of their planet. Vessel.
Okay.
And proceeded to result in a complete rupturing of their vessel. They had tried to escape in the process. There's a big thing that went down with it, but essentially 99%
they had
of
a pee on bleach moment.
Yeah,
sorry, they had a pee on bleach moment there.
Their entire mothership was destroyed. 99% of them that exist in this universe were immediately annihilated. And the only ones of them that remained were ones that were on worlds that were far away from the point of detonation. A lot of other worlds were destroyed in the process of doing this. Trillions of lives were lost with the mass eruption that happened. But it was a necessary cost for the sake of saving, the eventual saving the rest of the universe from what would have been an occupying colonization that would have happened across the totality of it eventually. So I've now killed more than anyone else in this universe.
The
and as the result of there's survivors that were on other worlds were upset that I bent their ride.
Right.
Most of them fell under the obedience of the commands that we gave, and agreed to abide by our treaties. We provided them a world that they could settle on and colonize. A small group of them decided that they were not going to abide by that treaty and were going to go out and retaliate. They destroyed the Lyran homeworld on Vega, rendering it into a dust cloud, demolecularization of an entire world. That was very unpleasant for me.
Oh, nice.
And when we identified that they had landed ships here where we were, cultivating fresh life, then we came in, brought down our operational force, and established our quantum lock field around the Earth that guarantees they can never get off the planet. So then, if they were to destroy the planet, they would be destroying themselves.
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Is this the same race that is told in the Babylonian carvings of the Voltor? They were servants of Marduk, the dragon, the sand dragon god in Babylonian. And the carvings show these reptilian-like people, but they don't have tails or anything, but they have scales on their face and their hands, offering food and everything to Marduk and his tribe.
Yeah.
Is this the same people?
That sounds like it likely is the case, yeah.
Okay, because even the Blackfoot, the Blackfoot tribe, they for thousands and thousands of years, they have always sent, and they said every 100 years the ground opens up and a reptilian-like creature emerges from the cracks in the Blackfoot Mountains, and they are tasked with their strongest hunter and best hunter to go out and dispatch this creature because they were told by Skyfather,
the Skyfolk. Yeah.
Yes.
Yep. We told them to keep their eyes open. Yeah, we told them to keep their eyes open, maintain the history, maintain the lore, and if they heard of the lizard folk emerging, to hunt them down. Yeah.
Okay.
And we hunted down the majority that were present with their occupational invasion force that had come to Earth. The rest of them went underground, as you know.
Okay.
And we proceeded to continue cultivating life on Earth, bringing humanity to the point where they could be entrusted with the job we had given them of stewardship of the plant and animal life on the planet, ensuring all the separate cultures did what they needed to do for growing, uniting collaboration of civilization that would come together as one people, and moving ever forward in that direction. And when it looked like they were ready for that job, we went into our hibernating state, where we embedded our genetics in the human population so that we could retract from our fifth dimensional, some of us would retract from our fifth dimensional states and be born into bodies that were tuned for the purpose of hosting our consciousness, so that we could go through life as humans, experiencing life the way humans do, as cultural anthropology, the purest cultural anthropology, because we wouldn't know we weren't them, right?
Right.
And when that biological life would come to an end, we would return to our pool. The totality of our experience would instantly disseminate amongst our fifth dimensional pool, and we would have a constant awareness of everything happening in every culture around the world, right? This is how we monitor life on Earth. When something cataclysmic would happen or would be forthcoming, one of us would be brought out of hibernation that was specifically put through life experiences and training to counter that cataclysmic event. And we would do the thing we needed to do, intervene in humanity's course, and then we would go back into hibernation. So we've been existing as humans among the human population, even though, like you saw yesterday, not totally human. And go ahead.
Okay, when I wasn't on panel and everything, when y'all were talking about growing a soul and everything, is that the same idealism in Hinduism as the Enlightenment exchange? Because when they talk about the Enlightenment exchange, they say it's the ability of mass knowledge turning you into a celestial.
Shedding your corporeal form because you don't need it anymore. That's what happens at the moment of enlightenment. And within Buddhism, it's that moment of enlightenment that when you achieve nirvana, you either shed your physical form or you reject the shedding of your physical form and retain your physical form to become a bodhisattva, so that you can teach others how to get there.
Okay. Now I start to understand that idea of it.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
Thank
that's
you.
why you're welcome. That's why the systems were designed the way they were, to continue moving humanity forward in that direction.
Right.
And after, the Fomorians would come up from their pits and try to screw things up, and they would realize that all of a sudden we would instantly pop up and serve up the smackdown on them. They realized that they had to be a lot more subtle with their efforts. They could not expose themselves in that way.
Okay.
So they continued manipulating things, and they established a shadow government influence. So they would present themselves to someone who had the potential of developing a position of power. They would give them enough knowledge to have an advantage where they could acquire financial resources, spiritual influence, political influence, where then that human would recruit other people into their shadow cause and move things forward. So the puppet strings at the top of the shadow government are being pulled by the lizard folk, the Fomorians. All right. And other than the humans that are at the very top of that shadow government, all the rest of the people from all the tiers have no idea that's what's going on. They don't.
I wonder if that's why the Catholic Church is so, hot on getting the children so early, and for the tradition to be gifting children to the church. I mean, the pressures on me coming from a family like mine to join a convent, or to be
Yes.
in that Opus Dei thing. They were after me for that stuff. And I wonder if that's part of
The
that
Catholic
whole
Church
shadow
is,
deal.
the Catholic Church is the core political presence of the Fomorian shadow government. They are the number one power for it.
Well, I knew they were evil by the time I was 13, but it was very confusing having wonderful people in that same faith tradition in my family. It was very weird because there were good agents within that system that, may have bought the myth, but they were good people and did good things and helped people a lot,
It's not their first incursion either. The ones that were running the Catholic Church before that were the ones running Judaism.
Really?
What was going on was that when the mythology there in the Middle East surrounding what we had been doing for cultivating the Hebrews, we were doing that everywhere. Every single culture around the world, we were doing the same thing, right? The sky people were providing them instruction, guaranteeing their survival, all this other stuff. And, Fomorians came out from the woodwork, went to some of the priests, said, hey, greed, power, 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 good life for you. Establish yourself a political presence. Pharisees, Sadducees, now you're a political power. Now you influence all these other things. And they corrupted all the instruction, all the teaching we had given to the Hebrew people. And so we went, you know what? Fuck this. We see what you're doing now. We see the influence you created. We're going to shut you down. So we sent one of ours, Yahushua, which people now call Jesus. Who said, you know what?
My buddy.
This whole political influence thing that you have by following this political structure of the rabbinical power, the Pharisees, the Sadducees, all this is bullshit. So you know what? Don't listen to any of it anymore. I'm going to tell you what you need to do. And he described the things you needed to do to generate that serotonin response in your brain, taking care of each other, engage in self-sacrifice, love one another, sacrifice for each other, and you would generate a soul. He fucking told you. We told you from the beginning. We have never hidden the entirety of how this thing works. Right? And because we shut down the power structure they were building by corrupting the Judaic system, then they said, well, we know this Judaic system really well. And we already, spread a lot of propaganda saying that this is really the real power and people should ignore the other ones. Let's try to roll with it. And then a couple of decades later, they say, aha, we'll create this mythos that Jesus was the ultimate presence of the representation of the sky people. And then we'll say he said things that he never said. And we're going to sign the creation of 17 new books that we're going to declare are written by a man called Paul, where we can then corrupt this information and say that it means something different than it actually means. And the Catholic Church created all of those books that are attributed to Paul as they were establishing and founding the Catholic Church, which created the mythos of monotheism. The entirety of everything else in the book, actually, there are over 100 verses that cite all of the other gods, the existence of all the gods, of all the other tribes of people everywhere in the world. All of that is acknowledged in the book. It's the workings of Paul that created the concept of monotheism, that said that Jesus was the one Son of God, that people had to do all this other bullshit, none of which is supported by anything else in the book whatsoever. Right? They were establishing the church in order to create this power structure that then they could corrupt humanity to steer them away from unification and unity and the search for truth, and to use what was left to divide humanity and turn them against each other and start endless wars and have people sacrifice their will to the will of those that declared they had all the answers, because in doing so, they would not be searching for the truth and they could not achieve enlightenment, period. And once you know that, it becomes so damn obvious that it's ridiculous no one can see it.
Now that you're saying that, the bloodline of the specific race that was in Europe, the Mary Magdalens, which at that time were supposed to be the descendants and everything of Jesus.
Sangreal.
Yeah. That turned into the Freemasons now that came to Canada and moved into the United States to create these teachings.
Yeah.
Well,
look at what they did in the Middle East, right? After things were going on and they had the corruption going on with the Catholic Church, and they were sowing lots of unrest there.
Right.
Then they needed to create an alternative path so that they could create an oppositional force for endless wars. So, Islam.
Right.
Right. Another hero comes along that has a great amount of power. They need to turn around and corrupt that story and create an alternative version of historical events, so that they can then declare these people in opposition to the other force that they've created, because you have to have people that are declaring a truth, and they have to have conflict, because that conflict is how they define themselves. And by getting people obsessed with conflict, they're not looking outside of conflict as their purpose.
Right.
I'm having some tech issues here. I gotta drop out and right back, okay?
Okay.
Hey, see, bitch.
All right, well.
But I was thinking, when the Freemasons came over here, would that have been a time? Would that have been a perfect time for the Fomorians to create the shadow government in the name of the Freemasons?
No, they weren't. So I need to give you something on the Freemasons here that's very important. The original function of the Freemasons, just like, before the Illuminati came around a couple hundred years ago, they existed under other names.
Yeah.
The name was changed multiple times over time. We maintained 4 different groups of humans that were assigned to retain certain types of knowledge, so that we would always have people here that could be people that were without a nation, without national commitment, who would be responsible for information. Like, you've seen the Avatar cartoon, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so Uncle Iroh was part of the White Lotus secret society, which for them, it's that, you know what, there are more important things in the world than whoever happened to stumble into being leader of a nation right now, declaring that they're going to shake their fist at another nation. None of that matters. Yeah. National boundaries are something that are imaginary. They're made up by people. They don't have any moral implications whatsoever. We need to be working together to make our decisions based on what's best for the world. That's the White Lotus Society, which was actually based on the White Rose Society that actually happened during World War II. And all of these things actually fall back to these 4 different groups that we established 2,000 years ago when we went into hibernation. Where we had the Volva, which were the primarily female magical power force amongst the Scandinavians, who were responsible for maintaining the mechanical knowledge of magics that are associated with fate and life magic associated with consciousness.
Yeah.
Okay. And then we had the primarily male sect of individuals that were responsible for maintaining nature magic were the druids.
Right.
Okay. And then we had the masons who were responsible for maintaining the advanced scientific knowledge of physics and mathematics and engineering and those things.
Right.
And then we had the group that, you know, would later be recreated as the Illuminati that were responsible for maintaining the knowledge of the arcane sciences.
Okay.
We deployed these in the population. And you see that when the Catholic Church set out to engage in conquering, when Rome went forth,
Right.
that they specifically targeted these 4 groups.
Yes.
That's who they went after.
Yes.
You know, to get to the Druids in Ireland, they would have to go up through Europe, across, and take Britain back from the giants who we had taken care of, the big Ireland. Britain,
Right.
the island of Britain was held by giants. That's actually in the history that exists from Britain.
Yes.
And the giants were there because you couldn't get to Ireland unless you went through Britain, really.
Right.
Right. And if you're having to deal with giants to get there, that's something to kind of discourage that behavior. That land is being maintained for other things that need to happen now. So the Romans invaded the big island and went on the hunt for killing all the giants. And then they invaded Ireland and killed off the Druids.
Yes.
For which they unofficially assigned asshole Patrick a saint.
Oh yeah, St. Patrick. Yeah.
Yeah. He was no saint. He was actually disrupting the prophecies that were in existence for my family here.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, but I can actually show them the historical records for that. So they came after the Druids, and they went after the Freemasons. That's all in the official Roman Catholic Church history records. You can see how they went after the Freemasons. And they, the Volva were actually the last ones to fall.
Because
Rome was scared shitless because when they came after the Druids, it's in actually Tacitus's war journal from the time when the Romans landed on Ireland. There was a Druid force and Volva force united that were waiting there on the beach because they knew they were coming. And the Druids threw up the bodily sign for protection, and the Volva began their dancing, which was to amplify the protection that the Druids were creating. And Tacitus's army, this is in his official war journal, by the way, when Tacitus's army tried to storm the beach and ran up there, they were frozen solid in their tracks. All the men were paralyzed.
Yes. It was like the ice. What was it? The icy hand of death shivered down our spines.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, we lost Dot.
Uh-oh.
She might be having a connection issue. That's the thing is, this is in official human history. You know, this acknowledgement of magic has been there the entire time. It's just modern culture does not want to acknowledge that these historical records exist. We have never denied our existence among humanity. We've never tried to hide it. That was never the point, right? It's always been right there out in the open. And, you know, those official records are there. But when they had trouble getting onto Ireland in the first place because they were stopped like that, and then when they proceeded to go throughout Ireland and hunt down all the druids, they could not find the vulva.
See, that's what I was always wondering. What happened to them? Because
just say real quick. Dorothy says that she gets kicked out every time she checks chat, and wait, hold on. Let's see what she just said now.
She was talking about router issues before whenever she used
right.
StreamYard.
Yeah. No. She just said that. Yeah. She said she dropped herself out again. So I'm telling her to come back. So just so you guys know.
Yep.
That's cool.
Yep.
I'll mute up again.
Yes. So we'll be back on the vulva in just a minute. I just need to head out and get some water for my noodles.
That's fine. Do whatever you need to do. So anyways, how are you, Wally? And how are you, Sarah?
I live.
You live? That's it?
Mm-hmm. I live in a here.
I'm doing great.
That's
right?
good to hear, Wally, sir.
Well, I broke a tooth a little bit ago, and then when I did that, I split my tongue, and the tooth, like cut up the tongue. So like my mouth is just killing me right now.
Oh, lovely. What did you do?
Well, see, what happened is my friend, my dear friend from 8th grade, has ordered the family pizza tonight, and so one of the pieces of sausage, of course, had bone chip in it, right?
Ooh.
And my teeth are, effed in the A because all I do is clench and grind my teeth all day and night. And so, like, my molars are like not even hardly there anymore because it's grinding them down to like nothing. So then, now they chip real easy, and so that's what happened.
Right.
Oh well, it happens. I don't need teeth. Fuck it. Matt's never gonna send me teeth anyways.
Fuck it.
Right?
How are you going to eat chips without teeth?
How am I going to ever eat your meat, you're saying? Well, I'll never get it. So
yeah. How are you going to eat my meat?
Right? Oh, it is, wait, Dorothy says something else real quick here. Let's see here. What did she say? Oh, no. She just got the message. Never mind. Just a notification to say she got the message. All right, so just watching backstage.
Jim.
Oh, okay.
Jim said.
Yeah, he wanted to come up to 30. I told him to DM me, and I dropped him the link.
Oh, okay, because he said he had a story. Yeah.
Yeah, and the thing is, I was taking care of chat. I was trying to get when I was backstage after I dropped out to drop back in because I had some physical issues, so then I had to go to the bathroom.
Right.
Anyway, so yeah, that's been my day. Let's see here. Let's see what she says here. Dorothy says, "Have to come back. I was in the studio. I'm not found home." Okay, she says she was back there, but then nobody saw her. Are you still there? Are you still there? Yeah, I have to speak aloud when I
had to go tuck the wife in.
You're fine.
Okay, well, yes. Check backstage to see if
okay,
Dorothy's back there.
I'll wait for the slider bar to pop open.
I would always wait.
Hey, I'm back.
I'm sorry.
Back again.
Back, Miss Dorothy.
Hey, I
And then
just
Hnoss
can't
is on.
go into that chat for StreamYard for some reason and get back here. It's very odd. Every time I try to chat with you guys in the chat from StreamYard, I keep bumping myself
Because
right
you can't do that. You have to be in YouTube to chat on YouTube.
Yeah.
And StreamYards, you can look at the chat, but you can't chat on it.
Right.
Yeah, there's a chat function for StreamYard here, and tried to say hi, on the chat for StreamYard, and it just didn't work. And I can't have YouTube up at the same time, otherwise,
well, you can have up on another device.
What?
Right. You just have YouTube up on a different device muted, and then you can chat in there. I got my cell phone I'm chatting on, and I'm streaming on the tablet.
Yeah, I used to have
Okay,
big
my family
computer
needs
setup.
me, so I'm gonna have to get off here. So
All right, Matty
Nice
boy.
seeing you, Matt.
it's
Love
good
you, Matt.
seeing you, Miss Dorothy.
I'll
But
keep the story going so you can check back on the video later and catch where you left off.
thanks, Hnoss. All right, I love you, family. Y'all take care, okay?
Yeah,
Love
take
you,
care, man.
Matt.
You too, Matt.
You have a good night.
Y'all too. Bye.
Bye.
All right. Good times.
Mm-hmm. I love that Matty boy.
So, yeah, he's great.
Mm-hmm.
So when the Druids were wiped out, of course, all their written records, their poems, scrolls, all of that stuff got taken back to Vatican City, put into their archives. And, you know, they did their part to go after the Freemasons, and they actually did end up taking them out, even though you wouldn't think so by what's going on today. What ended up happening was their realization that they didn't have to destroy the Freemasons. They just needed to embed people that were loyal to the Catholic Church in the Freemasons to work their way up the degrees so that they would become the people in control of the resources we had left the Freemasons in charge of. And those people, by just attrition, would end up removing the knowledge of anyone else that the Freemasons ever had control of those resources. And they absconded them to the Catholic Church and made the Freemasons into a men's social club.
Right?
That was how they overthrew the Freemasons and took the knowledge that we had left with them. They essentially did the same thing with the original group we had left the arcane knowledge with that ended up becoming the Illuminati, later destroyed them. The Volva were their hardest target because it's really hard to kill people that are wielding fate magic. They see it coming. The only thing that they could do was actually invade all of Scandinavia, convert everyone to Christianity so that they would hunt down all the magical practitioners by calling them witches. It's the only way that Rome could take out the Volva. And in so doing, then got all of their written histories and lore and everything else that they left behind. So the Catholic Church secured the knowledge of the different four paths of intelligence that we had left behind to guide humanity, destroying humanity's path and putting humans where they are 700 years behind the technological and intellectual advancements they were supposed to have achieved by now.
Oh, and that's what we call the Dark Ages, when they gathered all the records from all over the world, and now they're down in the basement of the Vatican, right? I mean,
yeah, and you saw it where they continued their procession around the entire world. You know, their objective with every new region that they got to was to destroy the spiritual representatives of a people and destroy or abscond with all of their spiritual records and histories, because that's where the history of the Sky People was kept. That's where all the records of celestial intervention in humanity was kept. And they couldn't maintain their monotheistic lore when every history of every people around the world was talking about the Celestials.
And that's how people like me and my sisters, we had special psychic bonds and stuff, and moments of prescience and clairvoyance and other things. That's how we could grow up and never realize exactly who we were, although heavily admonished through the church to never ever seek that information. So and now at 6+ decades, I'm still an ignorant wuss. You know, what can I do?
Right. And
besides
to
keep learning.
Yeah. And to declare that God only grants 7 specific gifts to humans, and if you display any power that is not one of those 7 specific gifts, it means that it's a power that comes from Satan and you need to be condemned for it.
Right, unless you subsume it under the cover of, oh, it's my talks with God, or Jesus talked to me, or what. I mean, and in my own experience, those moments for me were coded in the language and the interpretation of the character I knew to be the very best representative of what was intended originally, and that would have been, as you say, Yeshua. Because I mean, early on, I asked him to sit on my shoulder and be my big brother and help me out, man, because I was going through too much shit in my family and with the people that, it was all way too much for a little kid to handle, but I sure saw a lot. And that first trauma, you're right, it really opened me up to be totally hypervigilant and observant of every minutia of everything I was witnessing there.
Absolutely. And so when you see what they did to ensure that they took control of the information we left for humanity, and then they would try to apply that information themselves to create systems of control, and the shadow government arm would operate through what they had turned the Freemasons into, right? So then they would reach out and they would infiltrate other groups within governments and things like that. And wherever they went, they would tell them a story that would fit the cultural desires of those people to make them feel special, make them feel important, make them feel divinely chosen for fulfilling the tasks that they needed them to do. And then all of these different groups in all these locations all around the world have no awareness that they're all connected to each other. Every single one of these little factions believes they're the special ones, they're the chosen ones to do this.
Geez, all I had to do to find out I was connected all over the world was get a DNA genetics analysis. Man, I am related to people from Peru, Sri Lanka, India, China, and of course, Northern Europeans. But it's like, well, how can you be genetically related to all these people and hate anybody? It's like, and I haven't even uncovered the whole of my genetic analysis, so I got to figure everybody's my cousin.
And I know that no matter the political pressure that's created once I'm turned over to control of the European Union, that Vatican City will not release control of the artifacts that they have stolen from all around the world, which is why they're going to be bathed in a holy light.
Right.
Well, all they have to do is just melt down all those idols and stuff, and convert them to money and give it to the poor the way they keep claiming that they want to do.
Oh, no. And the whole thing with how the book was corrupted under their instructions from the Fomorians, it's all a joke. But like I was saying yesterday, Christianity is the worst example of cultural appropriation on the globe. Right? We left instructions for the Hebrew people to do things so that they would fulfill their purpose for the world to come. Just like we left instructions for every culture and every people around the world so that they would fulfill their purpose for the world to come. And with the creation of the Catholic Church and the corruption and everything there, they created this concept that the purpose of the Hebrew people could be inflicted on everyone around the world, which is not how it works. And I'm actually, it's one of the things I'm actually thrilled about and laugh about a lot, because with their cultural appropriation and what they've done there is that they've ensured everybody that engages with and practices that religion has no possibility of developing a soul, which means no capacity for wielding celestial power. They're insignificant. They don't matter. They're not an actual threat. So with what's coming, when the power starts getting disseminated amongst the population and the heroes rise up, none of them are going to be amongst those that receive our gifts. They've ensured that everyone that follows them will be helpless. This is where I throw my head back and laugh.
Right? All right.
Yeah.
Can you guys hear the fan? I have the fan blowing on me. It's really, really hot in here.
No, you'd have to mute
I
your
don't
mouth
hear
so
a
we can
fan.
tell the difference.
Okay, good. Because like my little
Can you hear my
avatar
fan?
thing keeps going back and forth, and I'm like, can they hear it or not?
No, you have a condenser microphone.
I don't know. I have cheap crap on my head. That's all I know. All right, good.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah. So that's the basic minimalized version of how the world got into the state that it's in today, and how
So
the
people just
Fomorians
don't know
have
how to be
influenced
good.
that and what they're doing. Yeah. And you know how they're. So I want to take you on to the explanation behind the objective of destroying the environment, because that relates to us as well. There's actually a reason why Christianity has rejecting environmentalism as one of their fundamental tenets now. Fun stuff. All right. So, with all the seeding of life that we did on the planet and the establishment of our quantum locked field around the Earth, there is actually a biological map of our presence. Not just that we put into human genetics, but with the network of portals that exist as the result of our grid network of subterranean celestial technology. The thing is that portals, we use portals for traversing these things. And these are cited in much of the lores and mythologies around the world. When Geoffrey of Monmouth wrote up the history of the kings of Britain, and they culturally appropriated the store of the Arthurian legend. When they're talking about, Arthur's knights, the Knights of the Round Table, going through a portal to get to Avalon so that they could acquire healing for Arthur when he was mortally wounded by Mordred. That's part of the actual history. But they've misnamed everyone. They've renamed locations, the whole thing. I can show them the actual history. Yeah. But when I show them the actual history, that's part of what's going to be important in ensuring Ireland's unification.
Yeah, Hnoss, have you heard the song called Fed Post Redacted?
I don't think so.
Yeah, you should listen to it. I have it playing on a few of my videos, but that's really not the point. The point of it is, it's a song that you're going to just be like, yep, that's right. In fact, yeah. It's
but
one of my favorite things to say is, redacted is what Earth is redacted. I hate it.
Yeah. But there's a side effect that happens when you open portals. Is that when a portal is opened from one location to another location on Earth, then there are going to be some minor animals that get caught up in that and relocated. Well,
I hit bunny rabbits all the time with my tires, so.
And more importantly, there are going to be some airborne seeds from plants that make their way through those portals. And as the result of this, we have a circumstance where when people start looking and they learn what to look for, plants have DNA. And once you know where to look for these portal locations and everything, they're going to be able to look at the DNA of the plants in one location and the DNA of the plants in another location, and not just identify that these locations that are separated from each other by being halfway around the world happen to have a lot of the same plants when there's no way that their seeds would be scattered over that distance. They'll actually find that those plants actually share very recent DNA with each other, meaning that it wasn't a gradual traversal of that plant species across the world to get to the point where it was far away from its original origin. But the only way that all of those species could exist within so few generations genetically of their partners that are separated by the same generations halfway around the world is by those plants being transported, by those seeds being transported through the portals. Yes, we left a genetic map on the planet proving the existence of these portals. And science can actually identify that by doing so. This is all part of the stuff I'm supposed to teach. But by doing so, it's also going to allow me to show the location of Avalon and the true location of Camelot. I know where they are, but I need to make them test the plants to prove it.
It's an interesting take on it. Is anybody researching such a thing right now that you know of? And
nope.
Any court?
Nope, they don't know. Humans' curiosity and sense of mystery and wonder that makes them go looking for the answers is gone. Right. And you look at all Arthurian societies that exist and everything, not a single one of them has realized that if the legend are true about the relationship between Camelot or Albion and Avalon, then a portal would have to exist. And if these portals opened and stayed open during the times like was explained in the story, then airborne seeds from plants or small scurrying critters and things would actually cause a biological displacement that could be genetically trapped. There's not a single human on this planet that's thought that up and recognized
Walt, check backstage.
The fact that human consciousness has been suppressed that deeply that no one has bothered to come up with that thought shows you just how much influence and suppression of human cognitive potential is actually happening.
Well, the transportation of plant material by regular human transport means has been going on for centuries, but the discovery of recent DNA, like same generation DNA, that's probably something that's a few years down the line after the portholes are realized as being happening.
Yeah. Yep. And that's what I'm saying is that, genetic testing now is a modern convenience that's easy to do. Whereas, 20 years ago, DNA testing on anything was something you'd have to wait for a month for the results to come back.
That's
it's certainly an interesting angle for those who are interested in such things as portals to look into. Probably going to have to blurb that out after this is over. Okay.
Yeah. Well, and that's
I'm
the
such
thing.
a blabbermouth, I just keep announcing what people tell me.
Yeah, well, this is one of the fun things about it, is that by doing this, I am actually able to restore the original story that was rewritten and culturally appropriated by the Romans when they invaded and declared themselves as Britons. Remember, they were an arm of the Catholic Church, right? They are a tool. Whoever they appoint as king or queen has to be approved by the Vatican.
Right.
No
This whole
their
thing with the
order of
family bloodlines is an important one, but not in the way that we see it portrayed here. Correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
So what's going on there? It's part of what is left from when they tried to take my family heritage, and by them taking the documentation that existed from all the different people that we left the information with, is that the royal bloodlines, as they exist, we established royal bloodlines as those that had the high degrees of celestial genetics in them that we could be born into for our hibernating existence amongst the population, from which heroes could arise to contravene critical circumstances in human history. That's the actual origin of royalty. Okay. And what they've done with their processes of having their bullshit royalty that actually was not part of these bloodlines that were established by the Celestials, aka God,
right?
Gods, right? They declared that they were appointed royalty by God because they want all the people of all the other regions and cultures around the world to acknowledge that they have the right to a presence and acknowledgement as legitimate royalty. Because all the other cultures around the world knew that their royalty was established by the sky people. Right? And the maintenance of those royal bloodlines and the arising of individuals with power based on convergence of those royal bloodlines coming together meant that there was value in maintaining the history and maintaining track of those royal bloodlines and of breeding one royal bloodline with another. That's why the tradition of royals marrying royals was created, for the purpose of maintaining the celestial bloodline in which this power could come up.
So Queen really is Luther.
And that's why the Roman Catholic Church established the fake royal bloodline with the Britons and have them interbreeding with the royal bloodlines of all the other places, because they're hoping that one of the Briton royals in one generation would finally display powers, because then they could declare on behalf of the Catholic Church that they are the royal bloodline chosen by God. That's the whole fucking objective. Because if they could pull that off, they would get their lock on control on humanity.
It's interesting.
That's the game they're playing.
Very interesting. Everything that I hear, I'm interpreting in terms of what I've learned, what I've experienced, what I've, like only recently come to actually realize in the world. There's, like I said before, sure don't understand it still, but I'm learning.
Yeah. Like I said, the entirety of history, every history around the world is part of one story.
Right.
And the things that are happening right now are connected to things that started thousands of years ago. And once you know where to look at how these things connect to each other, it becomes a very clear path between point A and point B. And you can see the connections in those things and find all these different details. And, within my Irish royal bloodline, I'm going to be restoring the truth behind the Arthurian legend. Hey!
Hey there, 8 Moon. Nice to see you.
Force spirit.
You're looking good.
That's my first mass to do with nature. I got last year. I saw it on I was looking up, is there spirit guides? And this came up as a mask. So I don't know, if someone really saw something like this? But I mean, that looks something that would be hidden in the forest pretty good.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
And like watch.
That's beautiful. I
And
love
people
it.
call it Bigfoot, but I think they disguise themselves as that because people saw a gorilla real big, and so they use that. But that's what I think they are, a spirit guide.
Hey, Graham.
Well, I
In
think I'm going to
dreams.
drop out now. I want to
But they
thank
can
you
go in
all
space,
for
no
hanging
problem.
out.
Like the
All right,
sentient
Dorothy.
beings. Yeah.
I'll be listening
Thanks,
for a
Dorothy.
while, and I'll catch the rest on the replay. Good
All
night,
right.
everybody. Thanks
Night,
again.
Dorothy.
Good night. Have a great time, Doa.
But so that pretty much what you're saying, there's no free will. There's no such thing as free will at all. It's always been control from the time of birth before. So it's just like a cycle, and there has to be someone that comes along and breaks it to say this is wrong. Free will is what will set us all free, not following someone else's way that they shall be, not die with my own heart.
Yeah.
So that's something that people say, oh, you're mental, you're going to a hospital. So I'm labeled stupid from the start.
Yeah.
But
right?
It's
Oh,
like,
and half of the religions out there would say that because you're experiencing physical infirmity, God has chosen, God has decided that you need to suffer for some sin that was committed by 6 generations ago. Right?
Or, well, I don't know that one. But.
And I was like, I don't live in the past. I live right now where I step, not behind or forward.
Yeah.
I've been careful a lot, but that's not really what I do. They're hurry up and dying instead of slow down to live to see what's really going on. And then, So that's what I think. It's, That's a good. That's a good way of looking at it. I live not that way. I live to hurry up and I want to exit. I just want out. I'm done. I didn't want to be here in the first place, so my whole goal is to live fast and get out. But lately though, some of the thoughts and ideas have manifested. Regardless of that, though, I've always been I just want out. I just want to hurry up. Just hurry up to do it.
Well, that's part of why I was brought out of hibernation at the specific point that I was last year. Was because, in my assigned existence, hibernating as a human, my abilities were popping out again, and I was wrapped up in looking at everything going on and just feeling like I have no purpose here. I have no desire to be a part of this collapsing society. I know where it's going. I was into all the survivalism and stuff so I could make sure I could be around afterwards. And I just was like, I don't see a point. I'm not getting any joy out of life. I see no value in continuing to proceed. And, I was getting into a suicidal state. And then I was slapped upside the head and knocked out of hibernation, had my, memory restored, and went, oh, fuck. Yeah. Okay. I have the archive. I can expose the shadow government. I can dismantle the shadow government. I have all these technologies that I'm supposed to provide. Supposed to give them deep space travel, supposed to show them how to colonize Mars, restore its atmosphere, restore the magnetosphere. God, I have a lot of work to do. This is going to suck. I have to stay around. And that's what I'm doing now. So I'm in refugee housing. I've made my contacts with the government. They have the information they were supposed to be provided. And if they don't follow through on it, not my fault. I gave them a fair chance. They had the opportunity to avoid genocide. They choose not to take it. I was legitimate. I was forthright with my declarations. I did not hide anything in what I said. So if they all die, suck it. Their choice. And A lot of people have a bad reaction when they hear that because they go, but they're the government. They don't speak for us. They don't want the things that we want. And I say, you know what? You chose your government.
Exactly.
Every people,
Voting?
every culture, every region around the world. And you know how I know that? Because the people in Egypt have a lot fewer resources than all of you dicks in first world countries who say you have no choice in the matter. And they have overthrown their government 3 times in the last decade.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
So if these people that you consider nobodies with no potential, no intellect, no knowledge, and all the other first world mentality bullshit that you have, if they can do it, but you say, I have no control, I have no influence, you've surrendered your power to the government, which means you have authorized every decision they make and every action they take. You are responsible for what they do. So if they decide you're going to get killed, that's your decision. Suck it up, Buttercup. You're going to die.
I've had, I don't know how many near-death experiences. Our first one when I was 6. We moved to Paris, California in,
I know where that's at.
Was it 7? I was 7 years old because in Bloomington where we were,
I know where that's at.
Yeah, Bloomington. The teacher made me go to the bathroom. I pissed myself in the chair, and the whole school was laughing at me. But the teacher said I couldn't go to the bathroom, so my mom said, "F you guys! You guys are a bunch of freaking this, that, and the other." And then we went over here, and then we moved. We didn't know, but it was a Tonga tribe. They started right where our backyard was, like 5 acres.
Dude, I know. Dude, you must live really close to me. I used to live in Temecula, and I live someplace else now, but close to where Temecula is still.
I saw it when you drive. That looks like the Saboba tribe mountains right there, right?
Yeah,
I recognize that. Yeah.
yeah. See, you know where I'm at then.
Yeah, I worked for Time Warner down there for like 13 years in Hammond and at Paris. So yeah.
So where are you at now?
I'm at home. I'm a caregiver for 2 of my kids there at Bedford.
No, that's not what I meant. I meant like where are you living now?
Menifee. I Sun City though. I still say Sun
dude.
City.
Okay, dude. I'm in a hammock. We gotta hook up.
Nice. Okay. I wanted to do my first video with another YouTuber because it was in Lake Elsinore. It was where I saw, I believe, was a where did the witches that scream real loud?
Banshees?
Yeah, there was one in Elsinore. I went look up the Lake Elsinore clubhouse. Yeah, look it up. Just look it up. If you have a picture of it, it'll show it. Like back in the cowboy Indian days, like some straight up. There was tunnels. So, anyways, we went. I was 1997. I was a freshman. Me and my friend Aaron got in a lot of trouble with him a lot. Got arrested actually with him. But fun times. When you're a minor, you can just walk away from a lot of shit. You just gotta say sorry, sir. Oh, they fucking like the brown nose, but fuck it, I'm not going to jail forever. But
right?
I'm a bitch sometimes. Sometimes I got the shit kicked out of me behind Sunset. That's a story down the road. But
in those streams, I always say.
Yeah, it was. Anyways, we rode bikes and we're like, hey, some friends are like, oh, it's haunted. Like, oh, we'll go during the day. What the hell? The whole thing. There was no windows in the front like it shows in the picture, and we went down there. It goes down, and we're like, wow, this looks like a entertainment. Big old stage. It goes down in a pit, and there's stairs going up. Apparently, they boxed in it, and a lot of money. Gambling was done there. And then you go up from that, and it goes up to another 3 stories. But like at the mid level, there's a downhill, really steep, and it's a cave that goes underground. And they say it connects to a place called Amy's Castle. And then from there, it goes down to the military base on the other side of the lake for training for military. It's closed too. They say it's haunted also. But we were just in the clubhouse, and we were walking, looking at all the rooms, and there was blood on the walls. We're like, this is not paint. Yeah, no, someone was just killed here. Okay. And then we heard like real loud thumping, like big fucking feet. And we're like, okay, let's get the fuck out of here. And our bikes were like 30 yards from where the chain link fence was at the time. So we were running, and we stopped. We're like, dude, I gotta look at this cave. I want to go down in this cave. And he's like, no, man. I'm like, no, let's go. And he's like, oh, you guys want me a little lighter? I'm like, dude, give me a piece of paper. We lit a freaking piece of carpet. We ripped it up, wrapped it around. What do you have? He grabbed a stick or something laying there, and we used it as like a torch. And went down there, and we started seeing real flash bright lights. They're like massive mirrors of reflection. We got closer, and like the smell was sage, like sage and like a myrrh, but it was really moldy. It wasn't like the oil. It was like the rotting flesh. Imagine that with that smell, and like I started burning. We jumped off a 2-story window. We're like, fuck this. We didn't run down. We just jumped out, rolled. And we looked back. He kept on running. We were like at 20 yards from the first balcony. And I stopped, and he just kept on running. I looked back, and this white, it was beautiful, but it was like memorizing. Like I couldn't look away. And this big old chunk of drywall. There's no way one person can do this. 20 yards. Almost hit me. I went to the side. And then I guess they were confused I didn't move. And that high-pitched scream, like I still hear it sometimes when I get up and I rub my head. But yeah, you don't forget it. And my friend was like, what'd you do? And I'm like, nothing. I couldn't look away. He's like, dude, you stopped? I'm like, yeah, I wonder what the hell it is. I'm the type of person that wants to know. He's like, you weren't scared? I'm like, dude, I want to know. And he's like, you didn't hear that? He's like, I didn't hear anything. I'm like, no way. That was so high pitched. He's like, I didn't hear anything. I'm like,
hey,
wow.
Ron's in the house.
She's soul gazed into my eyes, I think. And a connection. And ever since after that, I've grounded my teeth. I didn't put it together until I saw a YouTuber a couple weeks ago talking about it. And I'm like, well, that place is burnt down. It got torched the year I graduated high school.
I have to say this real quick, Ron. Ron, if you'd ever check your DMs, oh my God, if you just ever check them, you totally would have known hours ago, dude. But I love you, Ron. Thanks for stopping by.
Ron,
and also,
come on,
Ron, in the DMs is the link to come up on the stream.
You guys can record. I never said this stuff before. All the people I've been with, they don't believe. He's like, dude, what are you talking about? I'm like, you didn't see that. He's like, I saw the drywall go fine, but I didn't know who it was or what it was. I was like, you didn't see that light that was beautiful? He's like, dude, I saw nothing. I'm like, wow. So that's the only thing that made me like, I'm crazy or something. But I didn't start smoking weed till I was 11 because my mom wouldn't give me to the doctor, which I was like, there's nothing wrong with me, Mom. I just don't learn at the normal school level. But we just put me in a different thinking, like a different. I call it touched by the galaxy angel. I call him, but I don't know. No one else really says that. But it's a different power than Earth. Like it just different.
It's cosmic.
It's weird. Yeah. Can't explain it. Like a pull towards space. I don't belong here, but I just can't say that to anybody. My wife's like, you're gonna end up like your brother. I was like, my brother couldn't handle it. He started hearing voices. Like any other language would make him flip out. Like one time, the Navy knew he needed his meds. He didn't get it, and he ended up going crazy, thinking they were talking. They're gonna kill him. Ended up blacking out. Slash went out to the porch, grabbed a little pick.
Ron.
It would just, you can look up his history, Justin Mank. It's so much is a lie in it, but yeah, he's back at Patton right now because he just was told, God told him to strip down naked and run up San Bernardino on this street. And it was weird. I'm like, dude, you need to get past regression done, dude. You bad. And he's been at Patton, so he can't get it done. But I'm like, dude, we need to get it done. But yeah, it's freaky, weird. But hearing you talk are dreams I've had too. I'm just like, no way. Like when you're talking, it just fills in blanks that I've always wondered about.
Yeah. And sparks those memories that have been concealed from your consciousness.
Yeah. I'm not scared, but it's like, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. It'll take a while.
And that's the thing is like, with the end of the world coming, we don't want it to be this horrible thing. I was sent on this mission, offered myself up, offered the evidence, the technology, I've offered them biological access to me and all that other stuff to prevent humanity from being wiped out.
Yeah.
I have done everything. We've offered technology and everything that would change the balance of power in the world and make sure that this corruption no longer exists.
And they put more money into nuclear.
And if they don't, if they don't take the opportunity, they've really decided that humanity isn't worth saving.
If all the power on the Earth went off in 1,000 years, the nuclear would kill the Earth by itself. In 1,000 years, there'd be nothing left. Because you need energy, and it's after 1,000 years, you say nuclear can run. So it's guaranteed after humanity has ended, the Earth in 1,000 years is not going to exist. So,
well, that's why we already have a predestined workforce of the humans that we're going to save from extinction.
Yes.
Very, very, very small portion of the population who are going to secure, shut down the nuclear power plants, take care of securing the spent fuel rod ponds, eliminate the spent fuel cells, cap all the oil wells so that they don't deteriorate into making spills. Same thing with the oil rigs out in the ocean. We have to eliminate the toxic remnants of humanity that through decaying would destroy the ecosystem.
Sorry, you guys are.
But fortunately, we don't need a lot of people to do that with us. And then the ones that survive will be taking care of the planet again and return to their assigned duty of stewardship. So that'll be cool.
That would be cool.
Yeah.
So when we die and our energy still moves on, what is it? How we live our whole life, or just our maturity of our life, which can happen within seconds before our last breath? I've heard, but I don't know. Like, no one's ever seen the other side. Like, everything is spirit guides say yes, you will, but it's like you'll get the answers once again. So my whole life I'm getting an answer. So am I asking the wrong questions, or just not really answering? I should be shutting the hell up and listening. But then they say you should always have questions. So
yeah, well, that's the answer is that you need to question. The social conditioning where governments and churches and anyone in any position of authority tells you that they have the answers, is complete bullshit.
Because they're not happy. They're always miserable. Selling guns and selling people.
Everything that exists has proven that not a single one of them has ever shown that they have the answers.
No. Yeah.
Right? In fact, all of the 10,000 different religions on the planet that all have the answer. And all the hundreds of different countries on the planet that all have the answer. And all the different subcultures within every sub-region in all the different nations that have the answer, and they know how people should behave and what's culturally and socially acceptable and what's moral behavior and what's not. All these people that have the answer, none of which agrees with each other.
Right. That's right. This sounds
lets you know that none of them have the answer.
Because it wouldn't be here.
So it all starts with canceling out the expectation that any of them know anything. And when they don't have wisdom to bestow on you, then you start the process of unmaking. which is everything that you see, everything that you hear, you're conditioned to have a response to. And the first step of that is realizing after you have a reaction to something, saying, I just reacted to that. Why am I reacting to it in that way? What's my thought process? What's the belief in the values of humanity that makes me think that that reaction is appropriate?
My kids, I got 5 boys. I don't mean to interrupt you, but I'll forget in like 2 minutes. Don't forget. I'm sorry. I don't. But I have 5 boys from the ages 7 to 16. Right. The 16-year-old's, he's a little bit, just many 300 pounds. He's about 6'2", and my 13-year-old is, I'm 5'11", he's 6'1", about 220 pounds, and it's like, geez, okay. But I'm like, there's no way these guys are from my DNA. Like, something just is not, feel it. Like, when I hug my brother, I feel the vibrations, like this, like, some, not exactly the same, everyone's different, but you feel that it's from that aura when you hug him. Like, this is real. I know my brother, no matter what he looks like.
The definition of familiarity, family recognition, familiarity, that's what it means, right?
I don't feel that from 3 of my boys. No matter how hard I hug them, like, I feel my love, but they don't receive it. Like, I just feel it staying here. I'm like, that's weird. Edward, he's the first twin. He's 7. I feel it strong from him. He looks at me like he knows. He can feel my vibe starting to go. Dad's chilled. Dad's vibes like getting kind of medium. I don't like him there. Because when it gets high, I yell loud. And I used to. And now that I don't, my significant other comes over and yells. And I'm just like, I'm done doing that. She's like, why? I'm like, it doesn't do anything. You ever notice over and over for, I don't know. I never cared about them doing what they do. It's their choice. But I was pushed to be there and I didn't want to be. So, I mean, it got me more mad. And I was just like, why am I doing this? It does nothing. I just look at my dad and my mom. I'm just like, wow. And I look at my mom's dad. I'm just like, holy crap. You threatened you. If you leave, he's going to kill you. Wow. All right. I need to break the chain or whatever the hell's tying this down because this is not right. And I was like, what were you? And they're like, Irish, Clary. I'm like, oh. I looked into Clary. I'm like, oh. It just stops. But it's in Ireland. And I'm like, why are you so violent? And he never got past your aggression done, but he acted like a warrior all the time. I was like, that's crazy.
Yeah.
But,
Okay.
Well, a lot of, that's Ireland. That's where I am right now. You know, and Waterford, the city in Ireland where I am, this city was founded by the Vikings.
Wow.
Okay, that's my Scandinavian bloodline. So, you know, this is a place where my Royal Irish bloodline and my Royal Scandinavian bloodline first came together. That's where the IPO put me.
Wow. 2 of the highest forces on Earth, and they just... Wow.
Yeah.
Holy cow. That's crazy. That's not crazy, that's real.
Yeah, it's real. But wild. Yeah, it's wild. It's, you know, it's also so wild for me sitting in this position, and it's like I have all this information to bestow. I have this evidentiary archive that can be used to dismantle the shadow government and free humanity from their influence. I have the ability to give them all of these technologies that drastically change the course of humanity. I am biological evidence of the biggest question that all of humanity shares on whether they're alone in the universe. And I'm sitting here in refugee housing day after day. Waiting.
You're getting it out.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's true.
It's hilarious that, right, I've been appointed to conduct this mission, and this isn't from an ego point of view. This is from a humanity is about to be destroyed place.
And only we can do it.
I represent more power than the entire nuclear arsenal of humanity. And I'm just sitting in a nondescript room in Waterford.
On a nondescript YouTube channel.
Yeah.
It's all
No fucking security,
007. No one's kidding.
Yeah. The Fomorians, if they want to ensure that humanity's going to die, they could just, ensure that an RPG comes in through the window.
Right.
Because
Good luck.
I am the only one we are offering up. That's it.
Huh.
If humanity doesn't follow through on it, they're not going to follow through on it. We're not going to keep trying to force them to.
How can we guide them within they messing up and finally ending it to where there's just no point for humanity? Just let it die and create itself again, or is it just gonna just keep on repeating until there has to be a big force to actually be kill the people that are leading the sheep? Like sheep herders.
That's going
become
to happen.
bulls.
Yeah. So humanity has
failed.
Humanity has failed to fulfill its purpose and destroyed the world completely 14 times.
Mm-hmm.
And every time that it's happened, we have rewound time. And from a separate point in the previous timeline, we've started moving forward, nudging the pieces, making changes, trying to move humanity back in the right direction, making corrections without completely overtaking the free will of humanity. Right? Letting them still make their own decisions instead of making the decisions for them. And going back and doing that, humanity has still destroyed the world completely 14 times. This is the last time. We're not going to rewind it again. If humanity cannot prove that it can learn and change right now, they're gone. Because no matter what, they're going either, within the next few years, they destroy themselves and destroy the other million species on the planet.
30, right?
Or no, not 30 years.
No, 2030.
Or
is that
humanity would be gone by then?
That's what my dreams say too. I'm like 2006 or 36.
Yeah,
I see like the last breath, but there's something.
They would be gone well before then, but I'm trying to not give specific dates because there's certain things in the fate.
I don't either. It's just a dream. I have no facts. Yeah.
Yeah. With mine, it's a different thing in that if I give specific times and specific dates, the existence of that information alters the fate lines.
Yeah, and you can't do that.
Right.
That would stop it.
It's like if I said, I can't. If I were to say in 39 months, all of humanity is going to be destroyed. Then right now there would be no major change. But over time, all the information I've been offering up is going to get validated more and more people are going to be looking at it. And as we came up toward that time, then you would have people acting out against their governments,
like the millennium,
out politically, and all of that stuff, where there would be an uprising and a wailing and all of that stuff of people desperate to finally be saved because they finally believe in the threat that exists, and they feel their impending sense of doom as the result of it. So that itself would change the decisions and behaviors and course of humanity, which is the same thing as forcing them to decide what I want them to do by creating a circumstance where they have to make the decision I want them to make, and that would take away their free will.
Wow.
I want them to decide to do the right thing, to prove to me that they can be something worth saving, because they will not be allowed to continue if they don't. It has to be of their own volition.
Well, that makes sense.
Look at wait.
It sucks being the mature
world
one in the
leaders are falling
relationship.
through.
Right.
All the world leaders are falling. So.
Russia's crashing. China's crashing. I've already planted the seeds. The United States is going to fall as well.
The media, I think, is lying about China because I've never seen anything taking off or coming from China towards Russia, any type of air traffic. And whatever media source we're getting stuff from, it's propaganda and no one's listening. I've been looking for the last week since I heard it. China's planes are still where they are. These are changing every 24 hours, and the planes are still there.
China's experiencing an economic collapse.
A lot of propaganda that is not true. Yeah, it's crazy. Because that's all. Instead of people going around and just the government needs to shut the hell up and let people go and talk. And you'll see nothing's true. It's all little kids that are adults that play a lot of games that are not wars. They're just them assuming or believing. But once I like what someone did, I'm sorry. I'm not going to be sorry. The only movie I've watched, and the last one I probably watched, doesn't do anything with politics. I'm like, I fucking knew it. Since the first time I had my first paranormal, my sighting of the 20-foot orb when I was 7 years old. I don't remember anything for 2 days. But whereas like, yeah, you were crashed out in our yard. We didn't move you. What? Okay. But anyways, yeah, that's something I need to get some hypnotists done to me. But yeah, it was weird. But
yeah.
It was, see, my head's getting mixed up.
Yeah.
Well, that's because you got the good bud.
Yeah. Right? Hey, do you go to that? Do you go to that dispensary out there in Lake Elsinore? That's like really big.
Hyperwolf, yeah, they deliver to us.
Yeah,
I don't have my license. So.
It'd be
I miss that about being in Seattle. There, you didn't have to get your green card. We had the dispensaries for recreational products. You could go in, buy the gummies, buy the cookies, buy the brownies, buy the vape cartridges, or all the jars of flour of all the different kinds that had their chemical breakdown and their, sativa, indica, THC, CBD. You had all the numbers and everything.
I'm gonna take a class for that. It's like 8 weeks.
And it's like, I know what happens if I go back to the United States. I've already seen it. I've been through it. I've seen it. I know what happens. I know the war that goes on if my feet are on the ground there. And it's a lot worse.
Hnoss, none of it really matters if we never get to meet in person, okay?
Right.
Well, right.
That will be able to happen after the United States falls.
Yeah,
and,
but
this is the
take like an hour.
Yeah, but the United States has the ability to save themselves from the collapse they're going to be put through. I left the door open for them to do it. They would not exist the way that they want to, the people that are in power and the way they've surrendered their power to corporations and all of that would not be able to continue existing. The United States as one nation would be allowed to continue to exist, but the republic would be done. There's a path for it to exist. What am I doing?
Yeah, what are you doing?
Just crushing up ramen packets and putting them in the bowl so that they're ready.
Okay. You're gonna be doing some lines of almond, are you?
Ramen.
Oh, ramen. Okay.
Yeah.
You said almonds. I'm like,
So, one of the things with my human upbringing as an autistic is that I cannot stand long noodles with ramen because, you have to use a fork. I don't like forks to begin with.
I hate forks. Oh my god, I hate them.
Yeah. But also, if you're eating long noodle ramen, when you pick it up with the fork, the noodle's going to flip around, which means that occasionally it's going to splash juice on you and on the table or on your clothes and other things.
Glasses, your hair.
And the mess of that experience and the texture of the fork and everything is something I do not want. It's a sensory processing nightmare for me.
Agreed.
So what I do is with the ramen packet, I squish them, I crush the noodles so that the noodles pour as all these little bits. So then when I put the hot water on them and the noodles cook in the bowl, I can eat them with a spoon. There is no noodles flipping around, splashing things anywhere. There's no fork issues.
Right?
I hate sensory
forks so much.
Issues are fine.
Yeah, I really do. I hate forks. Like, if I have to use them, that means I'm in public, okay? If I don't have to use them, I don't.
I love the fork.
I hate knives, too. I hate fork and knife. I hate that. Look, if I need to cut something up, that sucks. Because I just rather pick it up and just okay?
Yeah.
Just hurry to get it done. Eating takes too long. I hate it. Unless it's sushi, then I'm fine.
Yeah. Sushi is awesome. Yeah, same.
Sushi's based.
And you probably need to explore the information that's available on autistic traits.
I know a lot about them. I was a nanny for a family, and the youngest one was autistic, and so I went through all the stuff. Plus, then also when I, just being a special ed and stuff like that, learning all that stuff just by being around it. So,
yeah.
It's funny. I talk with my hands a lot, and so a lot of times I'm talking with my hands and I'm on camera, and I'm pointing at something, and I'm yeah, nobody can see me. I feel dumb. Oh my god, it's awful.
Oh yeah, I used to be a big hand talker, and then I was badgered into not doing so. And now I understand the value of the body language components when I'm in a position where people can see me, and I can use that to enhance communication, because verbal communication sucks.
I think verbal communication is based. Written communication sucks.
Written communication is worse than verbal communication, but
what it is the interpretation of what's being said, because
Good night, Cosmic.
That was hours ago, dude.
That was hours ago. Why is it? Oh, I just saw it lit up orange now. I guess it's. Oh yeah, that was half an hour ago.
That was years, man. YouTube standards, it's an old man now.
Dun,
right?
Dun, 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 dun.
I don't know what I'm looking at.
Hey, it's a sloth.
Sloths? Sloths are base.
Yeah,
just get rid of panda bears, keep the sloths.
That's my favorite animal. I love the sloth.
Sloths are awesome. Have you seen the dire sloths?
No.
Okay, back in the prehistoric times with the woolly mammoths, there were dire sloths.
Really?
Giant sloths.
Could they roll up and roll in a big ball?
Probably. Let me see if I can.
That makes sense because I always had dreams where I was running and there was a big ball behind me. And I forgot how many years old I was. And they tried saying it was Indiana Jones, but I said, I had this years ago. And I still had it. I had it till my adulthood. Till one time I stopped, I looked back, there was nothing there. So I don't know, whatever was behind me stopped running after me. I always ran in my dreams. But
yeah,
that was something weird too. But
God, I have such a boring life.
So I said, yeah, has to be.
Like I never see shit, and I barely ever see or feel any type of anything. Okay, usually it's experiences here or there, and it's like that's it. Anything else? Nah, man. And everybody's like, "Well, you're in your room all the time." I'm like, look, I go outside. I have stuff to do. My God. And then they're like, "Yeah, but you're always inside." And I'm like, even when I was outside, okay. And you guys, I mean, people used to think I spent a lot of time watching TV back in the day. This YouTube has got it that beat, okay? Because there's. Listen, I have too much free time sometimes, but the truck's working, so I can leave the house. Yeah, like I want to. I don't know. I don't know how I was going with that story, but I was thinking like I want to go to like Idlewild too, and, like do some filming up there, like at like Foodmore and stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, so I have to tell you this really quick. So the Aeromatherium giant sloth, 4 tons, 20 feet long.
Holy cow!
Yes, like I'm saying, the prehistoric sloths, they were so big.
That's amazing.
You could have a riding sloth.
That's awesome. There'd never be any for vehicles.
Yeah.
Right. So I have a sloth that can ride that never wants to go anywhere. Great.
I'd be stuck in there. I'd never want to move away from it. I'd raise that animal to the end of the dying. Never did.
Yeah,
There'd always be there when them would go.
How do you feed a 14-ton animal? I mean, I'm not 14 tons, and I'm like don't have enough food throughout the day. Like, oh no!
On an earth that we know about a grain of salt, there's places that we don't even know what's there. Just like our own water, we have only said 10% of it, and it's 78% water. I'm not a scientist, but it just keeps on changing. Because when I was in school, it was 72%. It's kind of just saying.
Well, we also
that's a lot of water.
9 planets back then.
Yeah, I don't believe science that much. I want to know.
Yeah, 70% water, but how much of that is drinking water?
If the Navy ships can turn salt water into drinking water for the sailors, we have pumps that can do it off our shores.
Yeah.
Instead, they're pumping oil and poisoning the ocean, killing our ocean mammals.
Remember when the ocean was on fire?
To keep it fresh. You mess up the ocean, that's our breath. That's our... People don't think of that. That salt water is our filter for our oxygen. Our oxygen doesn't come from space. That's what they say our ozone layer does. Without that water, we're dead. That's why we can't go to the moon and take off our helmets. We'll die. There's no gravity and there's no water to breathe. So it can happen at any time. The water can just evaporate. You just don't know. But it's something crazy that I've been dreaming about a lot lately when I ask what is going to happen or what could happen possibly. And they're just different things that I don't know who's saying it. I just don't have a clear voice, but it's just different scenarios. And it's like, they're weird. Like I should make novels or something and just get everyone's opinions and put it in a book. But get it out and just say I don't know is the name of it because you said it.
If you were to keep a journal next to your bed, right, And then each time you have one of these dreams, when you wake up, write it down. Now, there's a lot of different benefits on that. One of them is that when you start documenting your dreams, even for people that only have a very small snippet that they remember when they first wake up,
It's like 2 minutes.
If you start writing down and documenting what you can remember of your dreams, it will cause you to start remembering more of your dreams. It changes the way your memory pathways work, so you'll retain more memory. And then as you're writing more of that down, you will have more vivid, more detailed dreams that you wake up with a full memory of. So you can train that process. Another one of those things about it is that if you started doing that, then you could turn around and make yourself a YouTube channel that's called Story Ideas, where each video that you do is just where you're reciting the things that happened in one of your dreams.
Like Raven Reads, where she uses other stories from people that she gets emails from, just do it myself.
Right.
And then other people that have them too, though, but on their channels.
And you could frame it as, hey, people that want to write that need story ideas, free story ideas to get you going on your writing project. Right?
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
I love
because you're not even working to come up with the ideas. Your brain generates them while you sleep. You write them down, and then you present them with a video. And then you have a YouTube channel that provides something useful for people that want something. And it lets you apply the information and encourages your brain to continue working you through that process.
That's awesome.
I can do all the things.
I gotta put your name at the top of it, though. It's gonna be called I Don't Know because you said so.
There you go. Call it I Don't Know. I love that.
IDK.
IDK, there you go.
Yeah, we just got 2 more watchers.
Oh no. Don't let them know. They'll run away.
Well, hello everybody out there in YouTube land.
Hello.
That is Yoda yelling. Okay, so I was talking to my dad. That's why I was in and out a lot, or muted up. My dad was saying that because the AC is on again, thank God, that the 100,000 degrees in the frozen pipes makes no sense again. Whatever. It's 100 degrees outside, and our pipes keep freezing on the AC, so no cold air comes in.
No, it's the Freon. The pump might be going out, and it's sending it to it, but the return's not coming back because that's what that pump outside does. It circulates
it's
the
just
Freon.
him. Don't worry.
It could be the pump going bad outside. It won't be that much.
It literally is brand new, refurbished unit out there.
Oh, it's still under warranty. They got to come back and fix it. Those ones are 10-year warranties because they're part of the energy guaranteed official energy saver equipment, they say. There's like a 10-year warranty on them.
Yeah, I got a new motor thing in the house. That's why my room is so loud. So yeah, and Matt, my dude, my guy. Hi. Anywho, but yeah, Matt's based. But he knows that now.
Wasn't he gonna sleep? Did he fail to sleep?
Well, he's taking care of some family issues and stuff going on.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, so he's doing some the stuff that he would normally do. Otherwise, he works security, and then he has a hot wife, and I don't know. He's online, so there. That's what I know.
the sun is up here. I mean,
it's 12 a.m. here. Yep. Look, I finally caught up to everybody else. It's tomorrow for me today.
It's tomorrow.
Welcome to tomorrow.
That's something else. I'm also learning to let go of the days of Monday through Sunday. I'm starting just to erase those because I know it's just days and hours can control everything. I think that's manipulation that screws up so much in human nature. No matter what country you're in, there's time. And that's something that time gods, I call it time god, and someone needs to fucking take him out. because it just keeps on repeating.
Time Lords.
No
yeah,
matter-
you gotta think of Time Lords. That's awful.
Hey,
Hnoss, I
Oh,
disavow
man.
that statement, okay?
The Galaxy Nights. I'm just saying. Did anybody know anything about something about an 8th moon? Just saying. I've pretty weird stuff about that. I don't know. I can't find anything online or anywhere. So, but
8th moon,
just 8th moon. It's I was playing a game with the GPG Space Cadets, my Call of Duty mobile username, and people join because when I'm high, I just start talking about the way the kids fight, and my wife yells at me because I don't do nothing about it. And I'm like, if I filmed it, I'd probably make a lot of money on YouTube. They're like, nah, dude, you look like you're crazy because you're not getting fighting with them. I'm like, what do you mean? It's like, that doesn't bug you? I'm like, I used to bug me. I used to get up and fight with them. And then I just started, like I said, getting the headaches. But anyways, I was just like, that's not me. And my order is not going to be like that anymore. And it's, I can sit there and watch them destroy each other. And there's like nothing I can do. When I yell, it doesn't do anything. So, but it just shows so much violence that even someone saying stop, I yell, stop the violence. And I just stop saying that now because they just look at me and don't even stop. And it's just like, wow, okay.
Yeah.
So I'm just here at peace with myself while everything around me is just chaotic. And I don't know if this is like a train for me. Like I can move on because it doesn't affect me. But like being in my face, my son throws crap at me, he's 7. I'm like, you know, that's not forever. He just got problems, whatever. You'll figure it out. You just need to just communicate with yourself and see what's going on. You're stupid, Ethan. Just like I'm like, wow. And then I look at school.
I would be so tempted to start training them like cats. I would get a super soaker I would get a super soaker water gun. I would put vinegar in it.
They go
and whenever they started fighting, I would douse them with the vinegar,
cider vinegar,
and the vinegar smell would be in their face. Oh God! Oh,
the mom would come out. What did you do to him? I'm like, I didn't do it. It wasn't me. I was over here.
You know what?
It was another me.
No, they got vinegar on because they fighting.
That shit burns.
And they would know
burns.
every time that they start fighting in your presence, they would know. Where's the water gun at?
I got the super soaker. Remember back in the 90s?
Yep.
There was a big green bubble on it. I got one of those from Amazon. That's a good idea. It's a pie too. I'm gonna fill that.
Put vinegar in it.
Freaking Ghostbuster mother truckers.
Yeah. And if they scratch
each other, pack in my back like
that. So good. And otherwise just the odor, the taste of the air, the smell itself on their clothes. Yeah.
What about getting the holy oil, they call it? Put it inside there too and spray them with it. See if there maybe something comes out that I think might be in there.
Right.
Well, was that the myrrh and from the healing waters that if you go and all your sickness in your body will be pure. But I'm like, you would die from the first step you take. If you're pure, that means you won't even be on this earth anymore. So it's like
another one of the things that you can do to mess with them is that if they're teenage boys and they have the normal toxicity associated with that, you can
100%. I'm like,
then put perfume water in it.
Oh, lavender. Like I love lavender with something.
Now you smell like roses, you little bitches.
Hey, I had rose tea the other day. That stuff was good, but
yeah.
I should.
Now
do that.
You smell pretty. Now you smell pretty with your toxic teenage ass.
Oh my gosh!
Or you could just get some food coloring.
And there's like a 6-foot hallway between our hallway and his, and I'm just like eyes watering. I'm like, oh my gosh, dude, how can you live with that? He's like, what? I'm like, that's not human. You smell like Bigfoot how it does.
Oh my god!
Like rotten eggs and cabbage that's growing into mold. Like, no, it's not right. But it's just oh my god. Like it makes you think. Like, am I Yeah, my grandpa's sister was into dark magic and messed up her family. And I wonder if that went on to my grandpa's side, because sometimes I get some pretty weird thoughts. And I'm like, this is a crazy dream. But I don't remember them after a couple of days. But having the notepad, I'm going to start doing that right when I get up. Put on my headphones, block out the noise, and start writing.
Yeah. And I mean, if you have like a computer that has like Microsoft Word on it, Microsoft Word has a transcribe feature.
Oh, that's awesome.
Which means you could just open your computer, launch a Word document, hit the transcribe button, and you could just talk through what happened in your dream, and it would automatically write it out. You can worry about editing it later, to perfect it if you want to do punctuation and shit. But you could just
people know
say that
I'm not a perfection.
But but you could just tell the things that happened in your dream, and it would automatically write it out and document it for you, so you wouldn't even have to do the effort of writing it.
That is awesome software. Wow. That's like genius.
Yeah, I don't know though. Every time I ever use any of those kind of things,
talking and writing.
Yeah, anytime I use those kind of things, they never pick up anything I say correctly at all, or at all, because I literally just speak not English or something. I don't know.
Well, yeah, you speak mumbledy-peg.
No, I speak Surinese. There's a difference.
I used to be stuttering James, and all through junior high and high school, I stuttered a lot, and just yeah.
Yeah, I was
Same
a stutterer too.
I understand.
No, I'm always talking so fast. You know the Micro Machine commercials from back in the day?
Yeah.
Okay, that guy is my idol. Okay, he's my hero. That fool, I was like, I want to talk that fast. And like one of the benefits of me talking fast though was because we grew up, Mormon and stuff, right? And we had to pray on every damn thing, right? So every time it was my turn to pray, it was over really quick for everybody in church and in home, at family gatherings. And sometimes I would pray so fast, I say amen, and I'd already be out the door, and everybody else is still like, because I do it on purpose, right? And because they all got their eyes closed and folded, right? And arms folded, and I'd purposely just do the fastest prayer I could possibly do and make it some type of coherent, and already be walking out the door. Because nobody would pay attention, like the sound of my voice would be different. I mean, it was so funny. And then I just watched them just be like, it's over with? And then they'd be like, all confused. It was great. I loved it.
Yeah, that guy, back when he was making those Micro Machines commercials, he had the Guinness World Record as the fastest talker.
Wow.
Yeah, when I actually cared about that record crap, I was like, I want to do that. I can talk fast. But everybody's like, yeah, but you guys talk fast and clearly. And I was like, well, then never mind.
And then you think of auctioneer. Think what they do.
Yep.
How about
Then I have to know math, but I'll be dyslexic, so that's not going to work either.
You could be the best. What are they called? Auctioneer out there.
Yeah, I could, except for a few other things.
I've broken quite a few world records myself. I just made sure to not do them officially so that I wouldn't get into the Guinness records.
Yeah, well,
under the big eye. Yeah,
had to keep myself off the radar,
off grid.
Yeah. I don't want to be in the book that nobody reads anymore.
Like, holy cow, that was actually done by a what? That's not human.
Yeah, right.
We got some serious energy over here.
Yeah, staying awake for 12 days straight is something that might draw a little bit of attention.
Hey, I stayed up for a week straight because I wanted to see if I could. But by the end of the week, I was a crazy person. It was great. Except for all that.
I saw more clear. People were like, what?
No.
I was like, I'm fine. I was like, I see through people. Like, I don't. And if you're like, I feel like of another, like, it was weird energy like it. And we'd walk by and just be days.
Yeah.
Like 9 days one time. And I was like, I just feel tired and my eyes are heavy. But it was just so weird.
All of the social convention bullshit falls off.
The sleep, it matters in your, they say head, your heart. You feed your heart vitamins, you drink water, you eat the right kind of foods, you can go on. But without food doing that, you'll get real sick.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I've got all the
Fast
neuroscience
thinking,
on
yeah.
the consciousness stuff too.
Yeah. Mind over
States of
matter.
consciousness.
Yeah. That's what my sensei, they went back to South Korea because he was here on a visa. But for like 4 years, we're going from San Bernardino to Mexico down in San Anitas and doing karate sparring with them. And then we were like me, my brother, and this girl from Elsinore. We went like all over the country, or like this part of North America. And it was
You
fun.
went with some girl from Elsinore and you're still alive. Congratulations.
Yeah, that's where I got my first paranormal sighting and UFO in Paris. Yeah, it was pretty.
That's so funny too, because like
No,
I
not
never
many people talk about it. I even have the cave I want someone to go with too, so they can film it. But yeah.
All right, I'll go with you, dude. Well, DM
It's
me.
right there off a Little Valley Road, the back end of Canyon Lake. The dead ends. If you
truck.
follow it all the way, it goes to a dirt berm. You just take along the fence line. If you keep on going, you'll see these clay-made high stack things. If you look down the hill, they're filled with trash. It's disgusting. It just pissed me off. Yeah. Humans, but I'm human, but that's just a different kind of human. And then the other one is tall, but I went there. We were shooting when I was younger with my dad, and those things were untouched. And then the cave is just like southeast, and the cave's right in line with the first one. If you look over like that.
Cool. I'm looking for a place to get murdered by a Phil YouTuber. It's basic.
My nephew, the two twins went into the sighting, but we need masks because we put the flashlight in, and there was a lot of dust, and it wasn't dirt dust. So I'm like, yeah, there might be maybe like a spray with a mist. I don't know, but we need a dust cloth over our face. But I said I'd go first, but I just want someone to film because I'm running out of there. But it splits off one side and the other side.
I love filming things, so that's
okay, cool.
Based.
Yeah, I have a secret tunnel in Washington State that nobody's been in for 30 years.
Oh well, we're looking for a road trip to go to. See anything?
No video, no pictures, just pure knowledge. No one will believe us.
No one believes me anyways.
No wallet, no ID.
If you were to take something with you that could detect ionic radiation, you may just detect the radiation from my ship if you go in there.
Can I show you something I had like when my brother, the last time before he went back to Patton? It was like I woke up the morning and I saw like a weird mark on my chest, and my brother came over the next day. I didn't think anything of it, and I had my shirt off because when he comes over, we just kick back, and he couldn't smoke weed because he was on the program, so I'd go outside and come back in. And he's like, dude, where'd that mark come from? I'm like, I don't know, kind of weird. He's like, dude, something looked like it went diagonal going like vertical up. And I'm like, what? So I was like, yeah, take your own picture because you probably see it better. So he took a picture of it. I have it on my phone, but I don't know if I can do a share screen. But I'm like looking like, what could that be? And it was a bruise for like several weeks. And I just one time I squeezed it and there was nothing there. It was just like it went into my muscle or something, but it was hard all the time.
Yeah.
And I was like, that could have been a bug because I mean, it'd be the size of my.
Sounds like a bone spur.
Yeah, that's what I thought. But this is the shoulder that I dislocated and fractured when I was a water boy in 8th grade for Temescal Canyon Titans, and I broke that one.
Dude,
this one was on
what school did you graduate from?
Temescal Canyon Titans.
That's so funny. I graduated from Chaparral.
Oh, nice. That's where my brother graduated 2 years before me. 99, I think. Yeah, 99 was his.
Well, 2000 was the first graduating class, but at Chaparral.
That's right, because seniors and sophomores for 4 years, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It was freshmen and 9th and 10th, and then it was 9th, 10th, and 11th, and then my year
was all 4.
Yeah. So
that's what they did at that Paris school. I delivered paint too.
It's funny too. Okay, so when I graduated high school, I worked for the school district for a while. And
I'm sorry. What?
Right? I know. No, mind you, I worked at the high school. I literally graduated a year, the year prior, right? And it's just been a few months since I had been graduated, right? But I'm already there working, right? So if they didn't know I graduated, people were going, "Aren't you supposed to be in class?" or "Did you graduate?" Right? And then all my other friends that I used to help ditch class with and stuff like that, I was a campus supervisor, so I'm like, I can't help ditch class today, guys. In fact, I'm sorry. And they were like laughing their asses off.
Space, man.
Yeah, right?
I need my bubble.
Right? So I'm like, I can't help you guys ditch class. I'm sorry. So all they did was hang out with me all lunch. Like they walked around with me the whole lunchtime. I thought that was hilarious. I'm like literally I'm so
I thought I was
popular.
an idiot, but I was. They were looking at me like I was a smart one. I was like, I thought they were idiots. So like I was an idiot, but
yeah. It's funny too because like I
was nice though. I think of my kind heart, but inside I was fighting myself, saying, "What are you doing? These people are walking on you." For like, I was like 28. I was like, damn, maybe that's why I'm always in pain, always angry. But then what Walt told me yesterday, that was changing, or 2 days ago, can't remember. But yeah, I was like, yeah, past regression, I'm getting it done. I need to.
Right?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Brendan's being funny at Discord.
I can't read the chat on YouTube. It won't even load on YouTube either. Stupid
Yeah,
Roku. Freaking, I need to get a.
I hate Roku! Oh my god, I hate it so much!
My grandpa died just like, sorry.
Stuck your phone apparently.
Phone dies. He was like my dad because my dad, he loved me. I felt his hard working heart, not a hard fighting like heart, but he always stood to me like he was not gold, nothing precious, a solid beam of steel. He was that. Forget a rock, rocks can be crushed. Steel takes a lot of heat to melt. So do rocks, but in my heart it was a steel. And yeah, a lot stopped with him, but he was always in pain because he felt like he had to hold that up to us. And one time I hugged him, like a deep hug. He always patted us on the back. I'm like, you remind me of Nikki and Mom when they hug me. Like, you're my dad. That should be a grip. And he's like, what? I'm like, hug me. He's like, I'm like, Dad, what is that? I'm a butterfly. Okay, I understand. I'm like, yeah. Hug me. And he squeezed me, and I squeezed him, and I felt his energy change. Like, he was so, you feel like he had to hold that up because of God. And Christianity, I told him, Dad, I was like, I let that go. And when I was like 28, I just let it go. And he's like, that was just a couple months ago. I'm like, yeah, I changed already. He's like, is that why you've been calmer? And I'm like, yeah, it's not worth it. Like, you're going to die yelling and fighting with your family. Like, why even die fighting? Like, what's the point of it? You're just going to wake up and do it again when you come back. Why don't you die happy so you can come back happy? Eventually, you're like, I don't need to come back. I'm happy. There's no reason.
Yeah.
Nothing makes me mad. But that's why the stars in the sky are. That's just me. He's shining forever.
I just found out that one of my friends that I helped get their channel numbers up, whatever, it's just gone live. And so I just hopped into the YouTube chat real quick on my phone to say hi. And I see that she's just read my thing because she's like, she smiled and went, and you can't see me, but waves and shit. So anyway, she's in South Africa, I think, something like that.
Oh.
Yeah, cool. You know, I'm gonna grab the link, drop it in the chat so you guys can check it out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think for me, it's about time that I hop over to doing an activity.
What are you saying? This is not activity enough for you?
Too much noise and distractions.
No, it's my neurological processes. I need to have an activity that's going to involve my hands.
Sensory overload. I understand. I need a break.
Process. Yeah,
I get you. My headphones and show music.
Yeah. It's my autism thing. I can't have too long of a period where I'm not doing things specifically with my hands. I need activity. So usually that means finding some sort of highly active game or something.
Yeah.
Cigarette. I do this all day with it. It doesn't burn out the battery or anything. And I vape. So like I'm always in my hands. Like, if I didn't have this, I'd be like that.
Yeah, I know, right?
It's serious, but I learned control in my mind, and that is something trying to get out of me, and that's what I need to pass aggression. I need to let it go. It's driving me crazy lately. Yeah. I broke one of my they said ceramic fillings, but the whole thing popped off my post. And I was like, holy crap. I was like, that thing's not scratched or anything. What the hell? Weird. But I saved it. Didn't swallow it. It was in my mouth when I woke up. Like, that's weird. But yeah. A lot of
I've experienced dental issues like that too.
Yeah. I definitely have ADD and some form of bipolar, absolutely. Autistic, for sure. And a deep thinker, I think.
ADHD and bipolar looks the same, so.
Yeah.
That's gay. And then they don't do anything about the ADHD anymore, so.
And it's not it's nothing bad. They're the ones that see more things, but we're told because we don't learn at the teaching level. We learn at a different level, but we're told we're the ones that need to take the medicine, and we need to, we're not smart. We don't think like that. You have to do it this way. And I was like in 9th grade, I was like, this is bullshit. This is not life. Like, what the hell?
Yeah.
I have my own thoughts that I've been just not right.
Yeah.
And
I have autism and ADHD, in my human experience that I grew up with. Yeah. And the concept that so much of society has where they think that autistic people don't have emotion because we exist in a state of flat affect where we're not displaying emotion the whole time is actually the opposite of what they expect, in that what's really going on is that autistic people aren't slave to their emotions to where everything they're feeling has to be displayed on their face and body language and voice the entire time, right?
Yeah.
We're not fucking kindergartners that let our emotions come out and overtake our actions the entire time.
Good job, James. So, I can do it myself. Oh,
yeah. So the
group of guys from 21 to 50 and 60, right? Oh, we got complaints that you guys are getting attaboys. All right, who came out of the closet? We're not making fun of anybody, but we're adults. Like who's
So the entire concept,
and it was the oldest guy who was 67 years old. We're like, what? He's like, yeah, I just feel like no one appreciates me. I'm like, when you get called out, dude, we always have a soda, your favorite soda for you. He got so used to getting that, it didn't become a thank you. It became a normal.
It became an expectation.
It's like, oh my God, dude. Like, we thought you were doing that out of your heart, and we thought we were giving that to you because, like, hey, thank you. He's like, oh, no. It was a normal. You didn't have it. I report it as you did something. I'm like, so you report me cutting the main line? He's like, hey, Tex, I've done it before. I'm like, wow, you're dirty. I was like, well, then how about I just leave this part of your zone and don't come back? He's like, that'll be fine. He's like, don't talk at this. I'm like, are you getting people fired because you don't like them? He's like, no, I'm getting people fired because I don't like their vibe. I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, I don't like your energy. I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, it makes me really feel like I'm getting a zap, like an electric charge when you rub your feet on the floor. He's like, but yours is really high. I'm like, what do you mean? Like, you're a low energy? He's like, I don't know, but I don't like yours. I'm like, wow. I'm leaving this area right now. I'm like, he's like, I feel threatened. I'm like, dude, I'm like 8 feet from you. I'm at my vehicle. He's like, you need to leave. I'm like, wow. Okay, I'll leave. But like,
and see, you should have went to the supervisors and said, yeah, this guy is coming to work high. He's saying that he's targeting everyone on the staff and trying to get them fired because he doesn't like their vibe. You really should test him. You should drug test him. He's got something wrong.
Yeah. Hey, he was on muscle relaxers, and then lunch he would take a tab of PCP. So he wasn't full dosing. It's like they say microdosing. It's like you take anything, your body's gonna get immune to it. So you're gonna start feeling it all the time. Like it's like, oh, I'm like, yeah, dude. He's like, oh, someone told me to do this for like a year. I'm like, who? He's like, I don't know. They were paying me $1,000 a month. I'm like, what? I'm like, shut the fuck up. He's like, dude, I was like, I don't like remember in the message I saying I feel someone when I feel like I need to remember something or they don't want me to remember and they're just getting it out. It was one of those moments. So he wasn't getting anything that he was saying. It was just like dead words dropping out. But I was
Word
still
salad,
feeling
man.
him. Like he wasn't talking. He was glitching. I call it a glitch. I'm sorry. I think there's different dimensions. I believe in dimensions and other shit that's beyond what we're told in this level of our playing field in our mind. They're split. And once they're together, there's a shitty. We think it's, oh my gosh, don't do that. You're going to hurt everybody and you're going to hurt yourself. It's like, what? It's me. I have nothing to do with you if you choose not to do something, but my beliefs are me. But it freaks people out. And they're like, wow, I don't know anyone that can do that. And I was like, I can shut every thought out like in 2 seconds. I can sit there, not think about nothing, not feel anything. And they're like, you can feel nothing? I'm like, yeah, like I can think about nothing. My wife hates me. She's like, I'm talking to you and you're gone in 2 seconds. I'm like, I am? Oh, sorry. I don't. You say that everything. You say everything every week. I'm sorry. I just know it by heart. I'm trying to erase it. She's like, what? I'm like, it doesn't mean anything. I'm sorry. You just need a vent, and I'm just there. What do you want me to tell you that your friend Marissa no longer goes to school with you 20 years ago? Now is married to your best friend's husband's ex-wife. What? I don't care. I'm sorry. Don't go and fuck. Wait. Nope. One still hasn't fallen.
0 fucks given. Yeah, we know that one.
But yeah, it's just I'm like, this is nonsense. My brain does not need to retain this. Those are the walls that it's like you're trying to control what the fuck I do, and you don't like the fact that I don't do it. You're like, you won't let me be me. My mom didn't like me because she couldn't do that to me either. She steered me towards. I don't hate religion. I just don't like the religion, the westernized religion. I believe there's a very deep religion that we were told that was bad. Oh, don't do that. You won't know. Where you can actually heal each other with vibrations. But anyways, that was a pretty good documentary. Called I'll look it up on. It's on Tubi. I saw it the other day. It was very awesome. But
see, I can't even get any of that good stuff over here.
Oh man! Can you get the Rave app? I can stream it on the Rave app.
Oh my god!
You don't have Prime Video either. You said you can't have it either.
Yeah. Most of those things like Tubi and Peacock and Hulu and
Tubi's free though. It still lets you get it.
I know. I loved it.
What? Hey, do you have Discord?
Had all like the old shows. Yeah.
You can watch it on my Discord. I can go to it and I can do the screen share if you want to do that. But it's a pretty interesting one.
All right. It's it's just like doing streaming video services is something I always have like going in the background while I'm actively doing other things.
Oh, okay, never mind.
And
definitely not. Never mind. Creating me cross traffic. I got it, and things gonna jump.
Well, you can you can play it in my Discord, okay?
True, I can try doing the Digital God. I can try getting him some. You ever seen this show on Stars, American Gods?
No, I don't watch Stars. I haven't watched TV since 2016.
It's pretty good. It talks about the old gods and the new gods. Holy crap. Like, you watch this, and it's the way people act. People over technology, they lose it for 24 hours. You will lose a big chunk of the population, or you don't got anything but kill itself.
I know.
Other people are like,
I know.
Hell yeah. True nature kicking in. Let's go.
I know it takes 3 days. I know it takes 3 days exactly for people to come look for me online. Okay? I know this for a fact. I had no power for 3 days. S4 came looking for me on every platform possible looking for me. Couldn't find me, right? Okay? Then also, one of my other friends, AMA, came looking for me. And he found me in my comment section because he's having my social media, right? But I couldn't do anything about it because didn't have any power, so I had to ration everything. Wow. And the few people that knew were on Twitter and Discord, but at the time I didn't have power, so I couldn't do anything about that either. So when I would jump in and out of everything, I would just say, still alive, still no power, we suck.
I know to get you for holidays, which I call October. That's my holiday.
That's a good holiday.
It's the only one that I like because I can wear my mask that I always like wearing.
Right?
But anyways, it's just fun.
Right.
Everything else is propaganda, media. You gotta buy. Believe in this. It's like, no, I'm good. It's just a day marking something that we're so distracted. It's big. What the hell's happening in all these holidays where everyone's distracted? A big old Easter bunny laying eggs. I'm sorry, but if those things were coming from space, I'd be freaked the fuck out. That rabbit just popped the egg out its ass.
It depends on what version of the year you're talking about. Is the Cadbury bunny? We're okay.
Sorry, fuzz butts dropping eggs now? Okay. And then being spit out ashore by a whale, and there's parting the ocean. Where's that mark in the ocean? It should always be there. If a god made it, I mean, if God gave him powers to do it, it should be permanently there. Where is this? The earth hasn't gone up that high after the flood. And if there was a flood, wouldn't...
Well, there's another problem with the flood myth, because the flood myth
history
itself
just doesn't fill in the gaps.
The flood myth itself depends entirely on the existence of a flat Earth.
Because
not only
that, there's also other beings coming too. It's kind of weird.
Yeah, but not only that though, isn't there like not enough water on the earth anyways to flood it out?
Well, that's what I'm saying, is that if the water itself fell upon the earth deep enough to cover the highest mountain, then there's nowhere for the water to run off to afterwards. The earth would exist as a sphere of water.
Nice.
And even if the water were to go through the process of evaporating in order to turn into clouds, the cloud cover would reach from the surface of the moon it would reach from the surface of the earth all the way out past the moon, and it would completely block out all the sunlight. To even have clouds that could contain the water that would be enough to drown the entire earth and cover the surface of the earth would block out the sun. There would never have been any sunlight to begin with. The laws of physics declared that the flood could not have happened. It was just a localized regional event.
Just a mudslide.
The flood theory.
Ever seen the
flood mythos?
Oh, sorry.
Oh, I was going to say, the flood mythos depends on the flat earth theory, because the only way the flood works with the earth being covered by water is that after the water falls off the land, it goes to the edge of the earth and falls off into space. That's the only way the flood myth works.
So what would the other planets be considered? Just different dimensions then, or different planets in different
the
different
planets
ways
were all
spinning?
considered stars that were in the firmaments of the heaven. So the description of the universe, according to the Bible, is that you have the flat Earth, which is a single continent, which is held up in the one ocean on 4 pillars.
And where's this original map at?
This is in the physical descriptions that are in the different verses in the Bible.
Okay.
And where the water the water of the ocean meets the horizon begins the water of which the sky is composed. The blue of the sky is just more water that forms a dome over the earth, and the sun and the moon go over the continent and then go into the water that's underneath the continent that's held up on the pillars so that the sun and the moon can go.
So that's why we don't get burned from underneath our feet. Yeah. It goes in the water.
Yeah.
And that was going to be my next question. Why doesn't it burn us under our feet?
Yeah, and the Leviathans swim underneath the continent that's held up on those pillars. And hell is not in the center of the earth. Hell is a cave that's underneath the continent. And the stars are just lights that appear in the sky between the water sky dome and the land. All the stars revolve around the single continent that is the earth as well. That is the entirety of the universe according to the physical descriptions that occur in the Bible. And this is what most Americans believe. This is the universe according No, but it's the universe described in the book that most Americans declare that they believe. I should say, not that they actually believe, but that they
Yeah,
declare
well,
they believe.
there's some crazy shit in that thing, and I'm like, I'm not gonna be raped by my dad. And what's that? Sacrifice a goat or your son because of goat or something? It's big joke or something. Like the heck? It's like it's just a prank, bro. It's just a prank. Don't kill your son. It's just a prank.
About to get in a dogfight here.
Oh yeah. There we go. Your biplane is asking for this.
Oh, we have red tails on us. They are friendlies.
Yep. Go up. Reverse Immelman.
Over, douchebag. We're the yellow tips.
There we go. And I'm sorry for your bad luck, dude. Oh. That biplane's going to outmaneuver me. And my bomb's just rearmed.
I got a question.
So
What was the first act of war on humanity itself? Where we did our first official death to ourselves that just was bad that far back, where they're finding technology like, oh no, these pyramids are, I think the pyramids are so out of date because we're looking at them, and I think I don't want to
I used pyramid for
I've already had the Men in Black outside my house last week, like I was saying with my flock. I think I was saying that live. They're sitting across the street, across from my neighbor, which is pretty high ranking in the Navy, and his wife was the first nurse or doctor to be on a ship, first woman.
Right.
And
I
don't talk a lot of shit, but I say a lot of bullshit that they were told to do that I know they didn't want to say anything about it. I don't say anything about it, but I'm just like, it's bullshit how they shut motherfuckers up that served this country because they couldn't say the truth about something that happened. And one time he told me, no, I can't. Never mind. No. He's too much of someone that will have my back. If something's going to happen to humanity, he would let me know if the government was going to do it, kind of thing.
Yeah.
So I keep my mouth shut, but he's the only person in my life I've actually trusted. Like, okay, we don't talk. We don't say, hey, what's up, neighbor? We just bow our heads like we're at the same mind, but heart, like stronger heart.
Mm-hmm.
Like he's like, you don't yell at your kids. I'm like, not anymore. He's like, dude, you used to yell loud. I used to feel the vibration when I was in our backyard. I'm like, I'm sorry. I was just like that growing up. My mom and my dad always yelling at me. I was like, I never thought about it until I was older, and I was like, thanks for telling me. I'm sorry to disrespect your peace. He's like, no. He's like, I was like that too until my daughter actually told me when she was 18 years old. I'm like, wow. So yeah, she did that for 18 years. And I was like, oh my God. He's like, the shit your kids put up with, man. And I was like, so me being at peace is my own business. He's like, that's probably the best thing you can do. You getting up yelling at them, showing them that you just want to fight. All you can do in life is fight. Forget the peace, fight, kill. And I do that, and they're starting to see me, and they're like, at peace, and they just, something just clicks, and they all start fighting. I'm just like, wow. And I'm like, just sit here and close your eyes, guys. So it happens like a couple seconds. You gotta get a minute after the older ones. But there's only so much you can do if you can't verbally help them. They just don't want to listen. But humanity definitely is changing, not for the good. I'm calling them AIs. I swear they're artificial idiots. I'm not being mean, but it just seems like it's a repeat. Everyone, I'm like, you guys don't want to retain any. Nope. I'm like, I guess you don't need a dad. They're like, no, I love you, Dad. I'm like, do you know what that means? Like, you respect and you acknowledge that I try and help you. I love you, Dad. I'm like, did you understand what I just asked you? They won't even say, no, I don't know. So I'm like, wow, okay, have a good day. Like, nothing. It's just like,
you need to text it to them. They'll understand then.
Yeah, maybe. If they ever check it, oh, Dad, they're
right.
I'm like, I hug
so
them.
they're a different number and name.
When they're mad, I hug them. I don't yell at them. I don't fight them. I hug them. And it's like, wow. Like, I can't even. Like, they're like, you're not a dad. I'm like, why? Because my friends that get up and yell at them. I'm like, why am I going to get up and yell at you? you're having something going on that's really affecting you, and why should I get up and make it worse? I should let you know that I'm there to keep you calm, not make you mad. He's like, wow. But he still does it every day because the bipolar from my mom's side, my grandpa. But yeah. I was like, don't go down that dark path. It's okay to keep it balanced, but if you can't handle it, just go to the light, dude. Like, okay. But he forgets every day. I gotta keep on telling him. But I was like, what's the light? I'm like, whatever you want it to be, your happy place. Just remember, you want people there that will guide you, that you feel safe around in your life. He's like, okay. Like, that's something I can say. I don't know. And I keep an open mind. But yeah, he just, I don't know. He said when he forgets to think about that when he goes to bed, he has nightmares. I'm like, really? So I'm like, yeah, hey, power of your mind works when you're asleep. I think you can make who you want to be when you're sleeping if you think about it before you fall asleep.
Yeah.
It's really cool.
Yeah. Lucid dreaming. I used to have a lot of fun with lucid dreaming, but it got exhausting.
Yeah.
Because when you are actually conscious, when you're conscious while you're dreaming, you're not actually getting rest because you're still mentally working.
I don't. That's what I felt too. I had to chill out. I only did it on the weekends. It was like my high Friday and Saturday doing that.
All right, set my intercept course here.
My friend's like, "What do you do?" I'm like, "Lucid dreaming." You're like, "What do you mean?" I was like, "You don't get drunk." I'm like, "No, I chill and take my lovely THC drink and I think out. I just deep think." But and then my dreams just come appearing sometimes. Like, oh, there's another chunk. Yeah. Since I've been talking, I've been typing on my TV, the Roku. There's an app where I just do notes. So I've been writing things down. Like, oh, that's what that was. Okay.
Oh, hell no.
So, yeah.
I hate Roku.
It's awesome.
Always crashes. There's crashing. Oh my god, always crashes.
You can have a level because I call it controlled education because they labeled me ADD. Which I was like, I understand. I just understand it at a slower pace. I need to do it several times. Like, oh, here's a book. I'm like, yeah, I'm not going to get that. I need to work with my hands.
Hands on. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. The books are just nonsense. No. I need to work with my hands. That's the way our ancestors did it. That's the way blood did it, I believe. Because after they started depending on machine, that's when the world went to shit. I mean, that's when everything, the button was started. Tick. That's just, And
I'm a hands-on learner, so it's interesting too because I can't spell very well, and right now I'm having my phone's gonna blow up, so having audio issues with it, right? But
not worth it.
Talking to
fix my Apple iPad. It's the 2000, the iPod 8, and I'll send it to you or drop it off over there. But yeah, I'm like, that's dangerous. No. It does go off. I hope you have a face shield over your face. I'm not kidding. I can really.
No. I don't have it. Look at.
You should have it in a bomb bag with the screen. So you can see stuff.
this is old hat for me. Okay.
It's
I had
dangerous.
4 S7s. The old battery blew up.
I'm like, oh my god, no. Throw it away.
I have two S8s. They blew up. So that's 4 S7s, 2 S8s. They all blew up because Galaxy can't battery right anymore. Okay.
Look up the best streaming device.
I
and go cheap and see what it gets.
I skipped generations, went to the S20, and boom, it's still gonna blow up because of my life.
S20. Wow.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. The
shiesty is 20. They've done it 20 times. They can't get it right. Maybe they shouldn't be putting a battery in there. Maybe they should be using the energy from your hand. I swear there's technologies there. Like someone has it already. But your device coming off the energy from your hand because you emit energy.
Right.
They're just thinking, oh, you need stronger, faster, longer battery. So you need more energy to think that you can't do something yourself. We're so deaf and blind to our DNA beginning that we shut it out by technology, thinking we need to go to a doctor. I need a pill. The plants that are growing on the earth are for us to survive. Each plant means something. When you're sick, it'll help you. And if you need to go, there'll be a plant that you need to know, hey, I need the plant that makes me go slow. So you're not killing yourself. You just feel it and you're going in peace and you're saying, thank you, God. for what I brought onto this earth, not pain but love. And I believe that's the spirit guides. That's just my opinion. Because the natives, I believe, were contacted the first beings on this earth. And there was another alien race that came in contact with them and started learning to communicate, even though they did not talk on the same level of different everything there. Yeah, it's just weird. I need to do a book about that one too. I'm gonna stop there, or do a YouTube channel like you said. But just weird stuff, and it's just like wow, these are awesome dreams. But they come and go. They feel so freaking real. Like it just feels like it's not a dream. Like I was physically, mentally there, like doing everything in it. It was just, yeah, like memory flashes. Yeah, trippy. This like no way. Like I'm supposed to believe I would have been up in space in a ship, and I'm seeing 2 minutes of my dream, but that's the 2 minutes of what I remember, what I was doing through that 2.5 hours of sleep. I only got 2 minutes of the information that are in different, I believe, flashes in my brain. They're able to slow everything down so you can't make sense of it. To where we're going so fast, we don't see the slowness of how they're moving. Everyone says, oh, you're going so fast. It's like, no, they're moving so slow. We see the little sparkles of their energy. Oh, yeah, I saw that. It was like, that was an orb. I'm like, no, that thing was so bright. It was trying to get your attention because you were ignoring yourself. And you started getting angry. Like, that's where you see flashes in your eyes. When you get mad, you start seeing the stars. That's them saying, no, you better stop. You're going to mess yourself up. Yeah, that's why I believe heart attacks and bad body vibes start killing yourself when you start doing that all the time. And you start to kill those vibes that you believe so long was keeping you happy, but you were tearing yourself up, not realizing because you were fighting it inside instead of letting it out, saying, hey, I need to get rid of this energy. And
self-harm.
It's crazy how you can do it. And it's, yeah, like it's your spirit. Your spirit's inside you. People don't contact it anymore. It's an energy, but people don't, they're afraid to tap into it. Oh, you need this. No, you got your own. And that's DMT you have yourself. I wish I could go longer if someone was guiding me more. But, well, yeah, that's a trip. Yeah. It'd be cool.
I don't know about anybody else, but it's 1:11 now. I'm actually getting tired.
Yeah?
Yeah, I know. That's weird, right? Just sitting out in the car, it makes me tired all day like that. It's 1,000 degrees outside.
Yeah, being outside would be no fun.
Yeah, it's so hot up there. It's 100 and something. Oh. And then the birds gotta be yelling all day. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm just getting tired. What about you, Walt? Are you alive?
Yeah, I'm alive.
That's a beautiful plane.
It really is.
Great graphics.
Yeah. Yep.
I like how they're not glitching out every 5 seconds either. Those are good.
Yeah, that's
when I turn off my picture, it helps. So I don't do it on my mic.
Yeah. Yeah, they put a lot of work into the proper study on the physics, the mechanical structures, the engineering, recording the sounds from the actual individual planes that they use and everything.
That's awesome.
They put a lot of work into this game.
It's so cool. Yeah, I don't know. I get tired of like all these simulators and stuff that are always like crash every 5 minutes or have some stupid update everything, or 100% like what is that ground that's on ground? What is that? That pixel is awful. The heck! And then you get some that are really good, and then you get some that look really great. I mean, this looks really good.
Yeah.
But the best way to fly or drive or any of these kind of games is having a steering wheel for sure, or a yoke. So that's what I think.
Yoink.
And look,
Yep.
oh my God, Justin's back in chat. You guys still on? Yeah, Justin. Are you coming up?
Yeah.
The link is. Oh my God! I'll just drop you the link.
Come up here, man. I'm chilling.
But you're never gonna get to go to sleep.
I know, right? Hey, a chance to talk to
Hey,
Justin
if you're
is
up,
worth
it's for
staying
a
up for.
reason. Come up here and feel this vibe. We're going really deep, but we're chilling still.
Justin
We're
is still there.
feeling-
Hey,
We're
Justin.
listening. You have to say "I don't know" to come in.
Yeah,
Do
right.
that in the text if you
Yeah.
want to come say "I don't know."
Yeah, I don't know. The three
That means
most
you
important
listen.
words you can say. Yeah.
Anyways, Justin, I dropped the streamer link just right there because
No,
I
I'm
know
just kidding. It's
nobody
not
knows how
my
to scroll
chat.
up.
It's not my chat. I'm just kidding.
No, but I mean, those are the
I love
most
you.
valuable
I love
words people can say.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
I say IDK all the time, man. That's all I ever say.
Yeah.
Or LOL and IDK. Or I love you. There. Those are the things I say. The words. Let's see. No, thanks anyway. But I'm listening.
But
Justin,
if you learn not to say it and you actually learn to meditate when you say I am well, I'm wealthy, I am at peace, like your words, you can actually touch people I think you're close to. Because my kid, two of them, they started feeling that and they'd stop like within inches from me. They're like, "Don't burn your dad, don't stop." And Mike, I think I was just not giving them a bad vibe, but I was giving them a loved one. And they kind of felt the anger come back because they like losing control. Kind of that's part of the bloodlines. I need to German, Irish, French. I believe I have some Indian in me because my skin turns gold if I get sun. But
I have
know.
Chinese, so I get really brown. I don't burn. Well, I mean, I do, but it takes a lot for me to burn.
Where did my chat go?
Yeah. Well, I am going to log off and find some hyperstimulation to shove into my brain pan.
Look at that.
Yeah, I'm starting to get tired too.
I know, right?
Up on the 5-hour mark. You got 9 hours in the basket, so you add 9 and the 5 together is 14. So we'll have 6 hours to go straight tomorrow night.
There you go. Sounds like a good plan. We got it.
Like tomorrow's like what, Friday, right?
Yep.
Dude, we could do a Friday night stream for
Isn't
the
it already
nighttime
Saturday
day. We can 100%. I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. Justin dropped some type of thing here.
Yep.
Link to what's the link to
I will
Justin?
I will let you guys plan and sort that out and hit me up on Discord when you guys plan and
all right. I'll just say we should do a Friday night, party thing, and then take it to the Discord afterward.
Yeah.
Yes, for Saturday we're going on.
Oh, behave.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Justin. All right. Okay. All right then. Well, we're gonna call it a night then.
What, babe?
I said, are we gonna call it a night then?
Oh, we're gonna close the night thing.
Yes, I said, are we done for tonight?
You go night.
Yeah, we're done for the night. So
You go night.
I'm really tired and I'm falling
You
asleep.
go night.
Yeah,
right?
Baby Roachhead's going to be up early in the morning. I'm going to be dragging butt tomorrow.
Yeah, I know. I got.
Yeah, I wish I was 10 years younger. I'd be a little bit taller.
Yeah, that's cool. I'm glad. Hnoss was in a lot of people's different chats today. Justin, Hnoss has been doing lots of cool things lately. Cause she's based as hell. Anyways, Justin, I'm gonna, if it's cool with you, hopefully it is, and I don't care. I'm still gonna do it. I'm gonna DM you on Facebook after this, and then talk to you for a few minutes. Okay? Cool. I'm sure you said okay. Anywho, Walter, are you okay over there?
Now, Grim was Jim, wasn't it? I forgot to ask that. Was it Grim Jim from the chat? Did he close?
What did you say?
Remember Jim in chat?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes. What?
and that was Grim?
Yes, I'm pretty sure that was, yes.
Okay. Yeah.
All right. Okay, well, it's up to you to take us out. This is
well,
awful.
we ain't got
What?
no outro songs yet. But
well, I asked you if you want me to make you a couple of them until you find somebody to do really good.
See, after I make them, I got to put them in my StreamYard before we go.
Hey, Jim. What?
I said I got to put them in StreamYard before we sign on.
Yeah, I know. I hope you do things.
Because it wouldn't let me go do it earlier.
Right, I know. I'll help you do things later. For sure. Anyways, okay.
Thanks for coming on, Grim. That was cool. Yeah, I got Orb and Portal stories too. Real life that actually happened to me.
Cool. Well, today, tomorrow, tonight. I hate time. Yeah. Fuck it, dude. Just fuck it off. Anyways, okay. So Justin's gonna have some beer and kangaroo. Neat. No worries there, Jim. All right. Well, up to you.
Up to me, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Broadcast. We don't got the spider. The crack cocaine spider knocks off the caffeine spider to go out with. I love it.
Well, you can. Yeah. Did you say cartoon?
I mean, not cartoon, but you know what I mean. Oh God. Yeah. On the crack cocaine spider puts a cab in his ass. Oh my God, that is so cute.
Yeah, it is. It's pretty based. All right.
Okay. Good night, everybody. Good night, Sarah. I love you. Thank you for all of your help.
No, you're welcome, Walt. I didn't do much, but you're welcome.
Okay. Night.
Night.